Welcome, welcome. This is Mudflood Flash Mob, and we're gonna see what we can get into tonight. I hope everybody's doing well, and I've put the shout out to a few people, and we just don't know who's going to show up. But first thing we got here is let's see, we got the Sleeping Prophet, uh, Ancient Historia. Luke is getting ready for bed.
I am ready.
He's got his glass of wine and he's getting ready to go snuggling. So he's going to hang out with us.
Very middle class bedtime, but yes.
Very middle class. Let's see. I see Sherry Ives and Three Fingers and CJ.
It's good to see the YouTube isn't going to my head, isn't it?
Yeah. Andrea D. Hello, Scottish Tart.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Hippie Shakes here. What's going on, Hippie?
Lots of love for Hippie.
Hell yeah, she's awesome. I don't know how she moderates all that she does. That would drive me absolutely up the wall, but
Because she's actually an octopus.
I can believe that. No doubt. Man. Oh, so what's going on with your channel? I see you hit 10K. That's really awesome.
11K actually, get it right.
Is it 11?
Yeah.
No. You're joshing me.
Yeah, 11.3.
11 point or no. See, now I got to go look. I when did this happen?
I don't know. I might be lying. I can't remember.
11 point. Holy crap. You gained, damn, that just the other day it was 10. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Damn, damn, son, did you show some skin? What's going on?
I'm sat in bed right now. What do you think?
That's awesome. You
know,
know,
I did a Q&A the other day and I lost a few subscribers, so I just deleted it.
That's funny.
I did do it from bed, so perhaps that was the issue. They were like, "This is the guy that's teaching us history."
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw that one. I think, is that the one where was that the one that you did the other day where
yeah,
I just got home and I was tired and I didn't want to go on screen, but I just came on and started messing with you.
Yeah, that's the one. I'm gonna pour another glass for Hippie. This is for you, Hippie.
If says women love him. No, that's good. That's awesome, man.
See, what did Hippie say?
She says women love you.
Thank you. I love you guys too.
Oh, to be young. Oh my gosh.
So anyway,
he did a live nude Zoom pay-per-view. Okay.
Oh yeah, you missed that.
I definitely missed that.
I was in lingerie. It was magnificent.
Oh my gosh. If we can't laugh at ourselves, who can we laugh at?
Well, you can laugh at me. That's who you can laugh at.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, you know, folks like myself, I'm so clamped down by YouTube that for me to grow would be, I don't know what I'd have to do to grow. But
yeah, I think at this point I'm testing what I can get away with and still get subscribers.
I honestly don't know what gets their attention to the point where they clamp you. I really don't know because I don't know. It's, you know,
but to be fair, that's why I've been hesitant to have Bernie on my channel, just because, you know, he's had 3 channels demonetized and he's like, bro, can I come on the channel? I'm looking at him like, Bernie, if you're watching, I love you.
He's having trouble with his channel with the monetization. Something about the
well, I think it's because, you know, when you're doing alchemy, they could very easily suggest that you're giving people, you know, potentially harmful advice, which is, you know, something you can agree with seeing. You know, if I was sat here with a channel telling you all to consume the sun, you know, just it's fine. Just have a bit of sun, eat the sun. And then, next thing people are complaining, saying, my child ate the sun and now he's a molten pile of flesh on the floor. And they'll be angry. So I can understand why advertisers, if you're Nike and you're selling some trainers, you might want to be like, maybe not advertise on the potentially dangerous things. So in that aspect, you can understand their point of view. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying you can understand where they're coming from.
Yeah. I don't know. I like one.
Yeah, I just teach history. There's nothing dangerous. Well, nothing real. There's nothing actively dangerous about history. It's not like you'll hear it's one of my pyramid theories and maybe combust.
I don't know when they started clamping me. It's hard for me to judge that, but I know one specific instance is when I did Viaducts of Atlanta. It shot to like 7,000 views the first week, and then all of a sudden it flatlined, and it's remained flatlined for its entire history. So I knew right there that they clamped me.
Well, I mean, yeah, I do see weird shit. Like, so I've had big spikes on certain days. Like, I won't want to go into finances, but like the other day, it literally jumped up so much. I went from I think it's something like 25,000 views in the day, and then just bam, gone again.
Huh.
Yeah, it's very strange. I'll show you the analytics at some point.
That's
But
crazy.
I mean, it was a good day. I earned like 170 pounds, but then the next day it was just like bam, straight back down to normal. So I'm just like, what the fuck causes that?
I don't know. That's really odd.
Yeah, I mean that's the weirdest thing. Like one day you can earn fuck tons and be laughing, and the next day you can earn maybe a third of a good day's wage, and you'd be sat there like, I can't live on that.
So your goal is to get your channel going to a point where it is a support for your financial.
Yeah. Because
okay, great.
Well, the thing is, and I think people don't understand this sometimes. A lot of people do, so don't get me wrong. I'm not judging, but some people just assume that I make the videos in my spare time and it's just like a hobby. But the thing is to uncover things that I've uncovered, you have to research, and the research never really stops. So, like, from the outside, it might appear like I'm doing fuck all. I could just be sat in my room all day.
Right.
But the thing is I'm reading through old books, trying to find specific information that helps me. I'm trawling through maps, and I'm putting these pieces together, and then I go and make a video. And then at that point, I've still got to make the video. I've still got to talk about it. I've got to make it concise. You know what I mean? I can't just be flip-flapping from one topic to another. I've got to, lead the audience in a way that's understandable and entertaining. And I've got to demonstrate what I've found out. And then after that, you've got to go and edit that video, cut all the shit out that, where you fuck up and stuff like that. That in itself, it can take up a day. And that's without the research. So me putting out a 30-minute video out, it might seem like nothing, but it might be weeks worth of research and stuff that goes into that. And at the same time, a negative of it is because I'm chasing the financial side of it, because obviously I want it to be something that can support me. That forces me to push out videos as quick as possible. I want a video every day to keep people engaged and keep people going. But that's not always the best thing, because that means that I've got to jump from topic to topic to keep it entertaining. I don't want to just be talking about Egypt all week, which I end up doing. But at the same time, if I'm learning about Egypt and then tomorrow I'm doing Tartaria and the day after that I'm doing Star Forts, there's information that I'll write down and I'll be like, oh, that's great, I need to come back to that. And I'll never come back to it because I didn't properly research it, because I'm being forced to jump from topic to topic to topic. So that's why, for example, you'll see that my Egypt stuff, it started off as there's 2 sphinxes and a few weird pyramids, and it literally became a full research. I went into it, I found where the pyramids were, I've gone deep diving into old documents. And that's the thing, it's like, I don't want to just jump back to Tartaria now and speak about that, because I'm engaged in this, I'm trying to research this, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. And it's a hard balance. because, like say, I need it to support me because it takes all of my day. So I do need to live, but at the same time, I don't want to be forcing out content that's not properly researched because, you know,
right.
yeah, hard balance.
Right. Yeah. I never, when I started this, I had no intention of ever doing anything with it. I was just throwing stuff up, just kind of willy nilly, not really putting any effort into it. And it was not the first 6 months, I really didn't do much with it. And then, I don't know, the more I did it, the more I never really tried to, I've never ever tried to, not from day one, I haven't really tried to make anything off of it. And people would laugh if they knew how much I actually made off this. It's laughable. It's so insignificant that it doesn't, okay, it doesn't pay the bills. Like the bills that it costs me to do this, what I make doesn't pay the bills to do this. So, it's like, it's just laughable, but that's not what I do it for. So I don't really care. It is what it is.
I think as well, yeah, I understand that. Somebody commented on one of my my posts where I was asking for, like, well, not asking, I was just saying, if you want to support me, here are the links.
Yeah.
It was the one where I just kind of posted that comment from somebody, that Anne person that had told me to buy my own bloody coffee. I was, just joking, posted it, and somebody did comment saying, like, well, she has a point. Are you doing this for monetary reasons? It's like, no, I'm not doing it for monetary reasons. But at the same time, just because I want to do this, it doesn't give me an immunity to starvation. You know what I mean? Like, I still need to function like a normal human. Like you say, I need to pay the bills. I live with a family. I can't afford my own place. And as things currently stand, I'd probably need to make at least 2 times what I'm making at the moment on YouTube to be able to live on my own. And that would not be living well. It would be renting a place and having a little bit of disposable income a month.
Yeah.
And that's
Give
the
it
thing.
time. It'll work out. I encourage, there's a lot of folks out there, a lot of people, not just in our community, that are trying to make a living doing what they love on YouTube and making it work for them. And I support that. I think it's wonderful. But for me, it just doesn't. I just do other things. That's,
How did this guy hear about my petrified ships in Egypt? How did he hear about the petrified boats? Who do you know? This is what we've been researching. Oh wait, no, I think I might have commented on Stellium's
petrified ships. Where did you talk about petrified ships?
No, I think I commented it on one of Stellium's streams, so he might have seen it there. But yeah, basically, there's a thing called the petrified forest in Egypt. And on some maps, well, quite a few maps, it appears with a load of boats that say petrified boats, like very distinctly. It's drawn boats, says petrified boats. But if you go there today, there are no petrified boats. So that's a.
Hey, Campbell, how's it going? Campbell's lurking.
Is Campbell going to join in, or is he just going to watch?
He's got the link, so if he doesn't, he's a loser. He's like, well, man. No, he's welcome. He's got the link. If he has time, he'll join.
But yeah, petrified ships are cool because for that to happen,
I wonder where Bernie is, because Bernie's been real quiet today. I don't know. He was jibberjaw yesterday, and then today he's been silent.
Well, he did a fundraiser, so he's probably sniffing cocaine in a casino by now.
Yeah, he wishes. I don't know how they get him. They sounds like they really got him on his monetization stuff. I see. That's why I don't. When he does the link ups where they do where they do the lives on everybody's channel, I don't do it because I just don't trust the.
That's why
YouTube. You know what I mean?
Why I don't do it.
Because YouTube, I can't control YouTube. It's you don't know what the hell YouTube's gonna do.
Yeah, no,
and that's what they're doing to Bernie. They're
100%.
screwing him because of
Yeah,
that.
100%. And that's the thing. It's yeah, because especially when I think the reason mine has escaped the issues is because I've approached. Oh, sorry, I guess I'm kind of out of view. But I think mine's escaped the issues because, like, say, it's just history based, and I try not to be too conspiratorial, even though I am very conspiratorial. I try and keep things very level headed and
Hey,
talk.
you guys, we've got another guest.
Oh, another guest.
Recent Tartarians.
Hello.
Britne. Hello.
Is my mic working?
Oh, hello.
It sure is.
All right.
Well,
How you doing?
nice to see you.
Is it?
Not so
Yeah.
black and white.
Is this super loud? Because last time I had it, I think it was with you guys or with Biggs. I don't remember, but it was like blasting. And so
quite loud.
It's hard to tell. I think Luke's banging around his mic right now.
that could just be me.
I've not even touched it. What have I done?
Oh, okay, that was it. I don't know. Did you hear that booming sound?
That was probably my mic. I or my voice, because like seriously, I was like yelling the entire episode, and nobody told me.
Right.
So if it's too loud, somebody say something, and then I can make sure I turn it down.
Oh, somebody in the comments can surely tell
They'll
you.
let you know. They'll
Anyway, so how is
they'll
everyone?
tell you. So how are you, Miss Britne?
I'm fantastic, actually. I'm excited to be here. I just got a new volcano hoodie.
Oh, nice.
And I wanted to show off here. Yeah.
That's cool.
So, yes, I am rocking my my volcano hoodie, and I'm ready to just kind of get caught up. I've been out of the loop for a little bit here on what's been going on, but
I have too. I've been very busy lately, so that's why I like doing these, is so that we can just chitter chatter and figure out what's going on that we've missed, because we can't catch everything. We can't, and
there's a lot.
Yeah. Oh,
and there's new channels every day, like that are covering old stuff from like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
But then they're just waking up, and so I don't know what they've seen of other stuff, or if they're going to contribute to the community and have new things to help enlighten us with, or what. But it's just nuts how these new like Tartarian channels are blowing up.
They're coming from TikTok, a lot of them.
I'd say as well, Joe Rogan with his John Levy interview.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
I haven't even watched that.
Oh, we'll be seeing the.
Well, not Joe Rogan. He was
Eddie Bravo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's close though. It's a stepping stone.
It definitely is. It's very close. So
it's gonna happen.
Sam Tripoli. So Andreas talked to Sam Tripoli about Tartaria, and then Sam did talk to Joe about it when he went on the last time. So Joe said Tartaria. What is Tartaria? So he's heard it, and it has been said on the Rogan show.
Right.
I know that much, right?
Yeah, and he recommended John Levy as well as the channel, and it's like,
I think he was the biggest. He had the most subs for as far as the Tartarian channels. So
no hate against John Levy.
Same.
It's just like I feel like his personal research is just kind of like just show you some stuff, and there's not really a research to it. So like, for example, I feel personally
exactly, yeah. And I don't have any.
He's apathetic.
I feel like I have like a duty to not give you guys complete shit. So when I'm reading something, I'll say straight up, like, this is one point of view, this is a narrative, and you've got to understand that there are multiple narratives, and it's up to you to pass that. Like, and I feel like when you just show stuff and go, whoa, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, you just, you know what I mean? You're just not really doing any research.
Well, but he has had an interesting history. So it was like, he started off finding stuff out, then he got really upset. I don't know if it was a year ago, and started like almost like, for him anyway, a rant, because he's so like apathetic. He shows no feeling. He's very
he's
stable. He's just hot. But he's also he just doesn't. emote. He does. It's like, and he kind of sounds a little bit like John Malkovich.
Everything.
So whenever I watch him, I feel like,
Looking at some
you know,
pictures.
yes.
Yeah. It's interesting that John is a good guy. He's a good researcher, but he's become this huge thing and like the tip of the spear of the community, yet he isn't trying to be that and doesn't want to be that. And
Correct.
isn't really the right person to be that. And it's like he's like the face of us, and he's not even on board with what we're doing. He's like off on his own.
Yeah, you know what? That'll just be the CIA. That straight up, like go promote somebody that has no fucking clue what they're talking about.
Yeah. Word. But I mean, he is finding old pictures and questioning them. I think early on was really important, and now we're on the next level of kind of knowing what pictures to look at. You know, when you take like Campbell and he's like zooming in on, and Bernie, they had a really good Grand Canyon episode. I was watching them stream, but we've kind of learned what to look into, what to look for. And he was kind of big into like the orphan foundlings and the old pictures of where are all the people and where are all the people. And it was really creepy and eerie to see his work early on when you're just kind of waking up to this, because it was like, where is everybody? Where the population was this. So I do give him credit for, it was right at the time, it was he, Max Egan had made a video, and at the very end of it, he said Mudflood. And I was like, what? And I just remember, and then it was like Andreas and Lead Key and Philip Druginen, and it was all around the same time. They all started talking about it, and John was doing just kind of like the pictures and like the foundling stuff. And then it was just started flowing. So it was like, wow.
You know, that leads into something we were talking about the other day in the group chat, was this web page where the guy had put out the document and we were questioning the date on it. And I found some things. Did you find anything?
I may have contacted him on Facebook if it's the same dude. I looked into him, and there's a researcher that does history. I'm getting some feedback. Like, I have an echo. I wonder why that. Oh,
no, you've muted yourself.
You're muted.
Hold on.
Turn down your volume just a little bit.
Okay, 1 second.
I think you are overdriven a little bit.
See, now everybody probably just stopped watching. Because, like, who is that?
I noticed
woman
it more when
yelling?
you got going. You have a good projection voice.
It's coaching. So, yeah.
Yeah, I say as well, if I seem like I was being blame the wine, all right, I'm not usually that confrontational, you know. I'm sure John does great work. It's just, I think from my point of view, I want to find out the reasons, and I think if there's a mystery, you could try and find out, or you could just keep showing the mystery and just kind of making money off it.
Correct.
And
that's kind of, he stayed in showing those pictures and kind of going over the same content, but in different areas. And I think that's all he really wanted to do. So I think he'd be totally fine with us. Like, nothing against what John does.
No.
He did great work. He literally piqued my interest, and then I dove in. No, go ahead.
I just, my only issue is that people look to him to be the end all and be all, that like the head, the big cheese, and he is not that. There's much better researchers out there that I think people need to know about.
Oh, plus YouTube promotes the videos that are wrong. I know this for a fact. My best performing video is literally the most incorrect one. It's like YouTube just
interesting.
Like I just, all it was went on to an FAQ, like kind of a quick explanation of Tartaria that's found on the Tartaria Reddit, and I just read it from Reddit, and just made a video reading that shit. I was like, this is my point of view. This is just what the website says. That's like my best video, and looking back on it now, knowing how much of it is just bollocks, I'm like, these cunts knew. Sorry to say that. But yeah, they really did.
People are too lazy though to do like even the Google search or to read. So if you just like read it to them, whatever it is, that's helpful in getting in views. I know I like audiobooks because I can listen to them at like 1.5 times the speed or faster and then I can also do other things instead of reading it. So
whenever I just think that people
I'm a speed reader, so when I read really fast. But the problem is when I try to read live, it just I can't. I'm not a good live speaker, but I can read really fast.
If you listen to a book on 1.5 times speed and just imagine they're all on cocaine, it's actually way more entertaining.
Yes, I can imagine. That's kind of what it sounds like or seems like. It's just they're amped up. But I can follow that.
You know, let me share this website that we were actually talking about so that people know what we're let me figure out what I'm doing here. There is a
Jason from RKX.
There's a lot of stuff with the whole tree thing going on right now, ancient trees. I know we can get into that a little bit after this.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you some questions about that. Oh no, go to the hidden Tartaria.
Yeah, I'm trying to go to the website first.
I wonder if you got back to me because he accepted. I friended the person that I thought wrote this because they had enough on their page that looked like they were involved in studying ancient history.
Okay.
I liked how you said you may have messaged someone before, as if it was like I
messaged
him, but I don't know if it's the right person. So I may have messaged the author.
Okay, what we have here, this is something that I don't even know what I have my name for them, but the Iwaranon crowd have I don't know what to call them. I call them the Skeptards, but the Iwaranon crowd, you know, they were talking about this on a stream the other day, and it was interesting because they were acting like we had never, like how did we never talk about this? And the problem is that, well,
it didn't exist.
Exactly. It didn't exist, and that's why we didn't talk about it.
I have every Tartarian book. Like I've spent thousands of dollars on a library. And anything that mentioned Tartaria from 2018 on, I mean, I was always searching and getting more and more. So
like a full-on CIA plan.
So here's where they were looking. They got this from this website called Academia, and it says Tartaria, the Hidden Empire. And this is the guy that supposedly wrote this paper.
If it's called Academia, we can trust it. Like
right. Yeah, exactly. And so here's the thing. This right here is what set me off. It has this date of 2011. And they were talking about how this was put out in 2011. Now, here's the problem with this. As far as I knew, the Mudflood could only be traced back to 2017, and one of the first people to mention it was Philip Drusdinen. And so when I saw this, I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense because you couldn't even find anything before 2017, and now this guy is 2011. And so I checked it out, and what I did was I downloaded the let me stop and switch. I downloaded the PDF of the document, and it's called Tartaria, the Hidden Empire. Now, I suggest everybody go read this because now I don't agree with everything that's said in here, but it is an interesting read. He has some interesting things to say about Antiquitech. Now, here's what is interesting, though. You go to File, Properties, and when you go to Properties, created 2020. Right here.
Yeah. So you could put any publication date you want on that.
So I think that this guy actually, when he was putting this into that website, messed up, and I think he published it on that website in 2021 and didn't put the number in right. I think that's what it is. But that's
I wonder.
important for us to know. I mean, you know, when you have a parts of the community thinking, wait a minute, where did this, you know, why have we not been talking about this paper? Well, it's because it didn't exist.
Yeah, for sure. Or they would have been the one getting credit, and we would have all had that in.
They would be the
the
godfather of Mudflood.
Yeah, correct.
So,
whoa, that looks cool.
That is cool. What is that?
It's a light up moon. I just got to charge it. So
it's a light up what?
Moon.
It's just
the moon.
Oh, it's a light up moon.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I don't actually understand how it works. I know I tap it.
Oh, that was cool. Do that one.
A certain
Whoa.
Wow.
Color. So yeah. Oh, sorry. Is that a view?
Oh,
yeah,
that is really cool.
it is. Oh, gone. What did I do? Did I?
Where did you get that from? I've never seen one of those.
It's on Amazon. I feel like he should be doing something. Okay.
That is real. I need one of those. Those are really cool.
I don't know what's up with it. Oh, hello. He's back. Yeah. Oh, now he's gone again. He is his own being. He just does what he wants.
I was watching a stream recently, and Andreas was talking about maple syrup.
Right,
So
yeah.
I went out and got me some maple syrup to see what all the fuss was about. And man, now I'm going to tell you right now, Andreas has got me hooked on maple syrup.
Wait, so maple syrup, that's interesting because that's how I kind of started waking up when I realized there was no maple syrup in pancake syrup. And I was like, wait a minute, there's not even like any maple syrup in here, none. And as
Hi, Cam.
As I was reading the nutrition label,
it
just blew my mind.
It's amazing. I never really even thought about it until he said it. How's it going, Campbell?
Hi. We're talking about maple syrup, which is a sync to how I started to wake up as a teacher when I was redoing my nutrition unit. In like 2016, I was redoing nutrition, and I found out there was no maple syrup from any like maple tree in pancake syrup, that it was all corn made to taste like maple syrup. And then I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is that what they do to ketchup and all these other things? So I started to taste, I was like, so ketchup, like that's just corn syrup made to taste like tomato paste. So it was just one after the other thing that I was like, all this food. That year I actually ended up bringing in organic food for my classes to taste for my health budget, because I had been programmed to think it was like going to be bland or taste disgusting. And I was like, these are Fruit Loops, like, but they taste like fruit and there's no aftertaste. Like what is going on? So I am a fan of maple syrup. It's a different, it tastes completely different.
So good. You can just drink it straight, and it's like candy.
Pour it on Southern fried chicken for the best experience of your life.
Oh, shut up.
If Julia was here, she'd be freaking out about sugar, though. That's parasites. So once you start,
but is it what kind of sugar is it? Because with sugar,
cane
people
sugar
go
even
off about fruit, right? No, you can't eat fruit. It's got sugar in it, and I'm like, well, it's fructose. It's not sucrose. It's a different kind of sugar.
Fructose. I love that pronunciation of that. Fructose. Like
yeah.
Oh,
hey Campbell. Hey Cam, did the tuning forks help your arm, by the way?
Yeah, I'm using them. They're getting there. That's pretty weird. Like a couple of them, depending on the frequency. Like when I run it down my arm, my hand starts lifting up and doing things. It's really
be careful with those. Don't do any nerve damage. Like I hope you're doing a little research on what you're doing with the tuning forks, because there's a ton of different ones. I don't know what you got.
Yeah, so these are all specially tuned. The solfeggio. I'm not sure if they are solfeggio or slightly off, but they're all properly tuned. Like they're good ones. They're not. I bought cheap ones, and don't buy cheap ones. Cheap ones are just for tuning instruments, basically. So these are all like, I've got one, I don't have it here, that's like 1,090 megahertz or something. It's just like, bing, it's so high. It's really cool.
Wow.
But yeah, so I'm actually going tomorrow to get like for an actual session with an actual sound therapist, whatever they're called. Like,
really,
someone's going to tune me up.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's cool.
I think they use
what
balls
are they called?
instead of forks.
A ball tuner?
A ball turn, a bowling instructor, I think is what they're called.
Bowling?
I'm not sure.
Like ball
Bowling?
or bowl?
No.
Like that's
Bowl,
awesome.
you know,
I wonder what
Tibetan
they're
bowls?
Bowl.
The Tibetan brass bowl?
Oh, okay.
Ball.
Yeah.
I
thought you said
saying
ball.
Ball.
I'm like, balls? They're rolling balls
I
on
could use
you?
a ball tuning myself.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, isn't anyone gonna laugh at my joke? I was kind of making a
You
joke, and
crazy
nobody
Americans.
thought it
Look at what I meant.
Hey,
was fructose.
Speak proper English. He knew.
Fructose and bowels.
Fructose. Fructose, mate. Give me some fructose.
That's funny.
Cam, did you hear?
Okay, so bowl.
That's funny.
No, we
I know
didn't hear
about
you, Luke. What are you saying?
Did you hear my impression?
Are you drinking wine in bed?
Yes.
Oh, did you hear his impression of you?
No.
It was good.
Oh,
It was
in the
good.
chat. Yeah, I did. I heard a bit of it. I think it was brilliant, Luke. I think you should share it with the audience.
See? Yeah. I bet you we couldn't tell. Or you move your lips, Cam.
Oh yeah, they're totally lying.
Okay, yeah.
Oh no, I believe that. Fuck no. That was it. That was my whole impression.
Oh, that was a bit lack.
Is that
but
really?
It was still.
Should I be insulted? Is that what you think of me? Yeah, nah, mate.
That's not how he did it
good,
before.
Yeah, right. Yeah, nah.
You paused. I think the recording that you did of it was a little bit more. I don't know, actual.
Yeah, it's the mic quality. Don't blame me.
Okay. But no, it wasn't meant to be.
Someone's asking. I've even got these. Hey. Oh, yeah, I've got these are tensor rings.
Wine in peace anyway.
So.
Oh wow.
Got that. I've got copper. I've got magnets everywhere.
It looked like a rubber band. I thought
Someone's
you were
making
like
me
shooting
anklets.
up or something.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
You're wearing like magnetic stuff everywhere, or just like electromagnetic?
I'm just shooting up the copper.
He's literally become so.
That's really cool.
I'm
what do you guys
change
the subject? What do you guys think about that very strange comment post that Ewar made the other day about?
It was about the future. About the future because it was 2030.
Yeah,
right.
What the hell was that?
It's very interesting. This is the one about with Shem, right? The one we were calling today.
Yeah.
I was reading it, and what it looks like because at the bottom it's got that bit where it says, business, how to be ruthless in business or something. Shem Bloomberg. It looks like he's trying to quote that what he has said he's taken from an interview with Shem that Shem had with Bloomberg.
Right.
Because
that's what
Bloomberg, when they interview people, they don't get surnames. They just get your first name and your YouTube channel, and that's what they do. They don't put surnames at Bloomberg apparently. I mean, it's just it's stupid.
Why was it dated for 2030 though? Like it was a
it says that they interviewed Shem from Tartarian Truth.
I don't know.
I just thought.
Was that the other one? Was that the 2001 PDF?
No. The comments. It said there's another updated one that Stelly shared that said it had the quote from Shem and then it said 2030 Bloomberg interview. So it was like in the future, quoting an interview from the future.
Yeah, but
did anyone else see that?
I thought it was. No? I thought that he was. Yeah. Or
was he talking about Agenda 2030?
Shem Jacobs. It does have his surname. Oh God! So now I'm completely wrong. Shem Jacobs of AKA Tartarian Truth interview with Bloomberg on competitive and ruthless business strategy in the digital era 2030. Now, I think he means that the interview was how will business be in 2030, kind of thing. But I mean, I've searched that. I've searched Bloomberg. I've searched that title. I've searched Shem's name in Bloomberg, and there's nothing online. There is no interview that is online under that title.
Well, no, it hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen in 2030.
Well,
he's obviously
fake. What's he trying to say then?
Well, here's the thing. This is something I think that Ewar doesn't understand. When we say we are one, we don't mean that we are collectively one thinking mind. We are saying that in creation, in the universe, we are at a soul level. We are one because we are part of the creator. That's what we're saying when we say we are one. We're not saying we're all the same and that we think all the same and that we do all the same things. And I don't think Ewar understands that.
Oh shit, I've turned up to the wrong fucking live stream.
Ewar seems to have
the reptilian
inferiority complex. There's the thing for anyone who hasn't seen that.
If anyone wants to join the hive mind, then feel free to follow me to the stream.
Oh, hang on. How do I put it up there? That one, yeah.
No, there. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a very strange little.
Right. Okay. So, guys, I feel like you're all missing the point. Ewar is announcing that he has access to time travel technology, and he is proving it.
See, that's what I was trying to say.
Clearly,
so if none of you are understanding that, then you're all idiots. But this man has time travel technology, and he's flaunting it in our fucking faces. I'm sorry to swear, fucking serious.
Wonder if you can like make
that's how he knows
in Bloomberg. We could get rich if we bet that this article's coming out on 2030.
This man
it's really strange that he attacked Shem. I mean, what? Like Shem hasn't even attacked him. Like what's
the problem is that Shem is a woman and Ewar only has experience attacking women.
I don't get it.
I think he's trying to sort of say that. I think he's trying to say that. Well, look, Shem's doing it, so I'm doing it. You know, so it's not bad, right? Not that Shem's doing what Ewar's doing. It's a different kind of it's much more parody, really. I think Shem stuff where Ewar's trying to. Like they're fully troll. They're trying to make us lose subs, make us look bad, like make us sound like we're full of crap. All in a voice that sounds so commanding, of course.
Yeah.
But what's their group? So they're just a panel that gets together, right? Like who started it, and now they just get together and complain about you all.
The problem is,
it was Ewar and Wood and Nichols, but they were separate, and now they're suddenly a team. They hooked up.
So they're one
or something.
They're like one mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's also saying that
there was the whole thing that Woody lost his channel.
Yeah, yeah. He also keeps saying this thing that really annoys me. He keeps saying that we're some sort of communist China plot for one world government takeover or something. What are you talking about?
And that we hate them. That you guys all hate them, or that any other community they hate us. They hate us. It's like no.
You guys
don't care.
No? Fuck. I am in the right.
Wow.
They've been making these every now and then they've made hit pieces on us, and it's out of nowhere, and then they turn and get upset when we talk back, and it's like, wait a minute, you started it, so what's the? I don't get it.
It's supposed to be a conversation. I mean, are they so butthurt that they can't have someone say, "I don't agree with you"? I mean,
right? Can you hear me better now? Is that better?
We're the lefties. I mean, it is. Look at the way they act. Right. They run to their cry corner. That's a lefty.
I'm just going to say,
and what they try and say is that because we say that
I'm gonna get clipped up for what I just fucking said. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, bro. I just fucking plugged in my headset and
we can hear you.
Sorry, you're right. Yeah, right.
That's
I'm
good.
with it.
Don't make us put you in the gimp suit, Luke.
Right. I'm sorry, Campbell.
Just sit there and sip on your wine.
I will. I'm sorry.
You
told me, right?
I want wine.
You told me to speak up, and I came in, and I was like, I'm speaking up, and you were like, I've lost my train of thought, so I'm sorry. All right. Okay. I know what I've done.
Campbell,
I've done bad.
Now. You've gone back.
Sorry. I did wrong. All right. Okay.
Luke said to the dark side. Don't go to the dark side, Luke. Use the force, man.
Look, I'm slowly hiding behind my moon. I'm sorry. All right. I am sorry. Blame the moon.
Stop mooning us.
Blame the moon.
I don't think you're allowed to moon people from bed, man. I think it's YouTube.
Right. Look,
he's mooning everybody. He already mooned us earlier before you were here.
It's just great.
That's great. I love that.
And how are you even holding it? It doesn't exist, does it?
I don't know. I don't understand my powers anymore. Right. Yeah. Sorry. Carry on. I'm going to shut up.
I love a good train wreck.
Jeez.
It's going to fall. I guarantee it's going to fall.
Definitely synced with the news too.
Yeah.
Train wrecks.
Hey, he's got wine as well.
Well, I'm getting wine. That's it. I'm done with my water and juice.
Told you.
I can sit here and wine.
The moon fell. Get your wine.
I'm getting wine.
Campbell, go get wine.
You three drink wine, and I'll just.
Who has wine? I thought 3 people had wine.
I'm not having wine.
I thought I was.
Oh yeah. No, I mean I do have 3 people, but
wait a minute. I'm not getting. I thought there was like over.
I mean, Beagle's got a drink that looks like wine. I think it is wine.
Big, do you have a glass of wine?
I have sweet tea.
Oh, I had sweet tea too, but I want to get wine and be like whining and whining with the boys. We're like whining about stuff while we're drinking wine, you know.
Maybe we should have a grown-up stream one day.
I interrupted you before AWA makes another video about us, all right? That's all I did. I interrupted you before AWA makes another horrible video about us and clips us up, and you just know that I'll be there holding wine in it. You just know that at this moment, me holding wine, they're going to have it, and they're going to be like, do you trust this guy? He drinks wine and researches. You know what? I fucking do. Or I don't. I hate wine, but I drink vodka. So I'm not helping.
Vodka?
No, this is wine. This is disgusting Merlot. Fuck Merlot. But I ran out of everything else, and people made me stay awake.
You know, I would, and I know some of you other guys and gals would love to do this, but it would be really interesting to have a live debate with Eva.
She's got to get wine. She has got to get wine. I win. I am the devil.
There's no way that I would ever do a debate with Ewar to an icon. I want to see your face when I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
That's the only way I would ever.
This is a good point. No one.
I want to look in your eyes when I fuck you.
No one's ever seen Ewar.
I want to see the whites of your eyes when I'm talking to you.
Yeah, mate.
I don't want to see an icon.
You know, just as a side note.
Cheers.
I don't want to see that.
Yeah, it is nice to have a face.
No, but Ewar used to also be EWAR, didn't he? Ewar. And then he changed it to AE, which is A, right? Which is God.
Baby.
That's the name for God. But now his name is literally the God of War. So he's the God of War. That's what he's about. He's here just to create crap. He tells you.
Yeah.
They all do. They can't help themselves.
Well,
I would actually love to know what he looks like.
It must be a lull in the community of information, or we're like getting to a point where they just are. There's not much else to talk about, so they were talking about you all.
But that just shows that they're not researchers. Because Ewar's first series, which was produced very well and done very well, but that was all secondhand. That was all information that he went and lifted off all of our channels.
Is that the Irwanon? Is he Irwanon? Is that totally different?
Yeah.
That's totally
different,
the same
guy.
Okay, that's what I was confused. Yeah. I'm like, I thought that was a documentary that. Okay.
Yeah, no, that
Good
was
to
all
know.
him. That was Ewar.
Well,
Now
he
he's
had
Awar.
he had the Ewar.
His production
Ewar
value's gone down a lot.
and he had his videos on there, and then he got in a little tiff with FPV Angel, and then he took his channel down and then started this new channel. That's how it all happened. But he's got this new channel now, and he's flip flopped back to, which is fine.
Wait. How about we do the first Truth or Boxing match, and I'll just fucking fight him.
Like Truth or Death Box, or what is it? Celebrity Death
Match,
Truth or Death
Match.
Yeah,
like
KSI. You can make animations.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a death match. I was thinking more just like, boxing. But I mean, sure, if one of us has to die, they have to die.
That was the name of the show. That was the name of the show where they used to have.
Okay. Maybe I should have figured that out before I claimed the man had to die. But
only two enter, one leaves, mate.
All right, I take it back. He doesn't have to die.
2 enter, 1 leave. That's it.
Hey, any press is good press. So, like,
for all legal reasonings, this man should continue living.
Yes, no, we love you, Ewar. We don't actually hate. He thinks we all hate him. So, I mean, just in case
for all YouTube members watching this, deciding whether you should demonetize this video, you should not.
No, we don't hate Ewar.
I
don't even know Ewar. How the hell
do you exactly? It's not. It's who is Ewar?
We don't know.
We really want to know.
Yeah. He's like,
we want to know.
And that's fine. They can hate us. And then they just went off about everybody hating them. And I was like, who hates them? Like
they hate us because they ain't us.
They can hate you and this community, but like we don't hate them. Like it doesn't make, I don't know. Unless you guys are all making hit pieces.
To care about what Ewar does. It's like, I've got a life, man. I actually do stuff. But
I actually do stuff.
They don't. They watch our videos.
Are you still angry
that
I distracted you?
Yeah.
That you distract? Yeah, I'm. Are you?
I don't know.
Did I say that you could speak?
Bees is going to throw people in and out of the room now. Like, psh, psh. So let's behave.
Oh my goodness.
You knew what you were getting involved with when you invited the sleeping prophet.
Who's John Gold? You are the sleeping prophet. So tell us what's going on. Who is Ewar? And I think we should, put out. Maybe we could do like a fundraiser, and it could be the unmasking of, Ewar unmasked, like Kiss did.
You know what I reckon happened, mate, right? I reckon he had a YouTube channel and some dude approached him that's like probably CIA and was like, I can help you out, and just approached him as a mate, and now he doesn't realize that he's like best friends with a CIA agent.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, it is interesting that he never really cared about building his channel for someone whose work clearly had hundreds of hours go into it. Most of his videos were most of the views were on other people's channels, not his.
It's kind of like that total CIA agent that's getting paid from someone.
He's living.
You guys seen him,
right? So he's getting money from somewhere, whoever. And this is an AI, right? We don't even know if this is a real person. So why would you care what they say? This could be
maybe
an
he doesn't
AI
have
bot.
a camera. Does he not have a camera?
No. I've seen his hand on camera.
Maybe he's just really ugly.
I have seen Ewar's hand on camera.
Cam, you've got
so
it,
he
mate.
does have
I've been thinking this. The dude just ain't.
So he's like thing.
No, he was doing a boots on the ground, looking at a wall, and he's a light skinned black guy
in that chapel.
Yeah.
You saw his hand.
I'm going to guess about 13 and a half stone.
I was going to say something really racist.
From my hand? I was going to say
13 and a half stone, 5'9" and a half.
Yeah,
exactly. His mother left when he was only a boy. I'm getting things in. It's coming to me.
And all his daddy ever gave him was a really
Julia's been teaching me, about the remote viewing. So it's all coming to me now.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
You've been learning the remote viewing, okay?
That could get
yeah. Well, I mean, I can't do it, and I asked her for help, and she, she's luckily
she told me
how to.
He was hopeless.
Yeah, no, she did. She actually said, I'm looking. You know what she said? She went, I'm looking into your soul right now, and all I see is black, and I want to kill it.
Nuh-uh. That's not true.
Oh, holy!
That is not true. I don't think Julia would say that.
She didn't. She said you need to abort that thing.
Julia's nice.
No, she is. She's lovely.
She did say she was going to come on Flashes, so
yeah, she's joining us. I can message her right now. Let's see. I'll get her on here. Maybe she can set us up.
Yeah, exactly right. So
I was supposed to be asleep like 45 minutes ago.
Have a family feud. Maybe we should have a family feud. Like maybe we could have a mastermind of Tartaria, and we'll get Iwa and people, and we'll just ask questions, and whoever wins.
Have you asked him to
who has the most
join a panel?
We'll put Vertus up as our like nominee against Iwa. What do you reckon?
Nobody has asked him to join a panel because nobody, in my opinion, wants to do a debate with somebody that uses an icon. I want to see your face. If I'm going to debate you, I want to see your face.
Here's the thing, though. There's when
you know why he does
Science.
that.
Who is the guy on Real Science though that doesn't have a camera? He's awesome. It's always on with Jeremiah and Bernie's show. I always forget his name, but he doesn't ever show his face.
Ugly Mick Johnson.
It's okay. Okay, like Mind Unveiled doesn't show his face, and that's fine. But Mind Unveiled's out there trying to be an asshole to people.
Mind has showed his face before.
Mind Unveiled showed his face.
He exists as a human.
Not all the time,
maybe.
you know. But it's if you're going to like be a jerk and you want to debate, well, I want to see your face. It's not like you're just having a conversation.
Yeah, you better have a glass of wine in your hand if you want to be a dick to me.
Because you can hide behind. Look, I can hide here. I'm hiding. You can't see me. I can say.
I don't see no glass of wine. You ain't no man. You ain't no real man. Where's your wine?
Now? Okay, I'm flipping every one of you off. I'm like, ha ha ha, you stupid fucks, ha ha ha.
That's very nice, Biggs. Ouch!
You know,
I feel it.
That's horrendous.
Did you really flip us off?
I'm
See,
leaving.
you were. I can't believe you actually were.
I
just faked it. I faked it.
Oh my God.
He wasn't holding wine. It means nothing.
I'm so.
I want to see your eyes. I want
to see your alcoholic eyes before you insult me.
Look, what you can tell.
I want to see the whites in your eyes.
When you're speaking to somebody, you can see if they're getting it or if they're not getting it. And if they're not getting it, you can adjust your conversation so that they do get it. But if you can't see them, you're talking to this thing right here. It's a whole
you're right. I'm just imagining this little cartoon dog.
It's like being on the phone
in this southern accent, and I don't know how to deal with it.
I could be a 10-year-old kid. You wouldn't know it.
Well, I mean, I think I'd like to guess that you wouldn't be, just be based on the voice.
10 years old.
How do you know? I've got a cute little dog.
Well, true.
I'm a little Asian boy. Why does no one believe me, man?
Little dog. He's just putting his voice.
I'm 12 years old, man. I'm a little Asian boy.
Does he say why he doesn't show himself? Again, maybe he can't afford a camera.
Oh no, that's no.
Guys, we shouldn't be this people, okay? It's okay to be ugly. This man is ugly. He doesn't want to show his face. It's fine.
As much money as he's making off what he's doing, he can afford it.
I mean, look at Campbell.
How much money is he making?
He may have been through 5 cameras.
Hold on. If he needs a camera to do
every time he brings out a camera,
we'll get him a camera. We'll buy him a camera.
Well, we can tell him that, but
if he can't afford a camera and he won't do it because he doesn't have a camera, our group will buy him a camera.
I've got one.
But has anyone told him that?
Right. Look. Maybe it isn't about the camera. But maybe it's more like, when you're luring at a badger, you've got to be soft and sweet. Maybe it's about the environment, Maybe we need a nice candle-lit dinner. We need to soothe him out, I mean, I'm here with a glass of wine. Maybe this would be inviting for him,
How is he making so much money? You're saying he makes a lot of money doing what?
I'm not saying
shows?
He just kind of speaks like this and says everything in this manner.
He has
he talks
many subs and as
like
many people as he has watching him. He could make the money to buy a camera. I don't know if he is or isn't, but he could. It's not his fault.
He's getting lots of views on his hit videos on you guys. Whenever I look at him, there's like 1,000 views.
No, it's not hit videos.
He's getting more than
his
we're
actual
getting.
normal videos. He does videos on like he does normal videos on cathedrals where he just kind of shows pictures of cathedrals that have been sepia toned and goes, "What if this cathedral isn't what you think it is? But it might be. It might be a cathedral, but it also might not be. I'm not going to make any claims. Watch this video for 30 minutes, and then I will be AWA." And that's literally what he does.
Like the movie phone.
Yeah, no, he is. He sounds like Jeremy Clarkson.
Maybe there's funny today because he's getting more views than me.
All I know is he's called AWA. Some say he does no research for his videos, and others say he was born with 3 left arms.
He's Jamaican.
All I know is he's called AWA.
He's evidently Jamaican. There you go.
Could be.
Light skin.
Or he just might like the sunbeds, you know?
Then that doesn't sound like a Jamaican accent.
I don't have any problem with people being incognito on YouTube. I don't have any problem with that. But when you attack others in the community and you don't show yourself, it's an insult.
Yeah.
Damn right. I've insulted so many people tonight, and I've sat here with a glass of wine.
But they're insulting themselves.
Yeah, ready.
It's like
you've heard me, and I'm
sorry. It's like standing behind a wall and throwing rocks.
I'll do it again.
Like if you're a man, Ewa, and you're going to keep, doing your videos on us, be a man. Show us all you have to say and show your face, buddy.
When he does his live videos, does he sound the exact same as when he does his prezzies, his pre-made videos?
Yeah. I think I don't know what his live videos are, but I think he does. Which, to be fair, I've got to give it to him. You got a good voice, but for the wrong thing, you need to be like narrating BBC fucking this couple want to move to Spain and buy a house. That's what he needs to be doing. Jennifer and Kevin have been trying to buy a home in Spain for the past 3 years. Will they fulfill their lifelong destiny? Find out this evening as we attempt to assist them in finding their perfect home in the sun. That's what he needs to be doing with his life. He's in the wrong career.
That's like a compliment, honestly. I mean,
no, it is a compliment.
Voice
the guy's got a good voice. Hey, he does have a good voice. He's got a bit of a lisp, but you can get over that. It's fine.
He could host like a truth or a game show. That'd be kind of cool. Where they compete about how, like, truth or lie.
Come on.
And now we're gonna spin the globe. I mean, wait, no, not the globe.
He makes these like statements of that his research is all this factual stuff, but this like I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, whoa, that's not true. Like he'll just make these statements that it's like the brick thing. Like,
so give me an example.
I have found the brick making machine.
So
okay, what did you do? Where did they fire the bricks at, Ewar? They did. You don't have any evidence that they fired the bricks, and if you don't fire a brick, you don't.
No, you know what? Right? I tell you what has actually happened. Sorry to interrupt, because
I know where they got the bricks.
So I'm going
to imagine them.
Yeah. There you go. Right now, I was just going to say, right. What I think has genuinely happened, and it sounds nuts, but it is a thing. So he's had his channel, and he's obviously been doing the same kind of stuff we've been doing. And somebody genuinely has got talking to him, who at first seems reasonable, and they're on the same wavelength, and they've started to guide him to videos, and they've started to suggest to him like, I think star thoughts are actually like, the actual reason, and they've slowly got into his head like that. And I think that's Woody. That Woody dude has slowly got into his head. And he's convinced him to come away from it. So he thinks that we're all the guys throwing out the dirt, but he don't realize that he's actually the one that's also pouring fuel on the fire.
That's a good point, actually, because he's being kind of.
But Woody,
he's being manipulated. Yeah, he is. He's a 30,000 fucking subscriber.
Sorry, the thing about Woody.
Girl.
Did I say you could speak? Oh my god! You need to learn the rules, dude.
The thing about Woody. I'm keeping track of where we are in case we get lost.
The thing with Woody is, do you remember when he did that, when he collaborated with John Levi about 1.5 years ago, and they started a new channel together? And they did 2 videos. The first one was pretty good, and the second one went to crap, and they obviously had a big falling out, and it just disappeared.
Wait, what?
Now he's with
John Levi and AWA were a team.
Hold right there. I don't know if this is on my John Levy interview, but when I spoke to John, he talked about that and how it upset him that Woody and him were collaborating, and then Woody just turned his back on him and then shut him out and then started talking shit about him. It actually hurt John's feelings. John told me that.
Oh shit! You know what? Right, I feel really bad now.
John has feelings.
John, if you're watching, I'm really sorry.
I love John.
I am actually really sorry, John. Okay, I love you, John. I'm sorry for what I said. I'm sorry. It was just a joke.
Solid.
I really, I feel bad now. The guy said it was
interesting, right? But
I was really mean a second ago. Why did you guys
I'm in shock
in the community?
I blame you guys for letting me
Woody
be
went
mean.
for John, who was the biggest, and then he went for Iwa, literally just after, when he was huge because of all those, what was it called, History of Flat Earth or whatever. It was after that he hooked, so he's going. It's Woody's the common denominator.
The agent. Yeah, Woody would be the agent. Then he's trying to get John to turn against the community.
And
John doesn't.
As a side note, Woody works in Hollywood.
Yeah, Woody's connected into the system for sure.
He worked in the movie game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Definitely. I don't know. Woody has he's butthurt about
I'm going to drop your name, Woody.
I don't know what it is.
Interesting.
And Static.
I just find it interesting that he's what? What do you think about Static?
Static's
interesting.
He's butthurt about us also. He makes shit talking videos with these guys also. I don't know if you knew that.
That's so weird. I haven't seen any of those. The only thing he said, he did one on Andreas because Andreas did like this in a video and he paused his hands because Andreas was doing some field research and he's like, look at the hands. And I was like, what? Because I had followed Static. I followed Static. And really, he made quality videos, and then he did that, and I was like, "What the hell? What?"
If Woody and Awa make a response to this, we will know for a fact that they are CIA.
Scuba divers, man.
Will you stop interrupting me, Cam? Jesus, you're throwing off my fucking train of thought, bro.
I'm okay. Did I say you could speak?
I mean, that's why we joke about the Illuminati confirmed. I mean, that's because it's so stupid. Yeah. It's like it's so
dumb. It's like who was it?
None of these motherfuckers. I mean, come on, it's stupid.
He's the guy who calls everyone Illuminati. I've forgotten his name. He's a real idiot. And everyone's Illuminati.
Oh yeah, he wrote that book, didn't he? Angels and Demons.
I know. Oh gosh, I know you're talking about.
He found a picture of what's that comedian? They're all on the same club, and you're not in it. You know that guy? You're on the same club. How do you say?
George Carlin.
Yeah, that one. Carlin.
George Carlin.
Yeah. This dude. What's his? I keep thinking of Dutch synth, but it's not. Russian Vids, RV. And he found this photo of George Carlin. It looked like it was from the 60s, man. It was at least from the 70s. And I think he had like an orange T-shirt on. And that was 100% proof that he was Illuminati. Because, and I got this too when I started my channel, because there's like a Prince of Orange or something and it's a masonry thing. And so that's why I'm a Mason. I've worked out why I'm a Mason.
But, that's funny. Like, come on. I don't know. I think people just. It's so hard to trust anybody these days. Everybody wants to throw. They want to throw shade at people just to like justify a reason why they don't have to believe what they're putting out. He's a Mason, so don't look. Don't listen to that because gosh. But it's like. What is your proof? There's no proof, and it doesn't even make sense. Who cares about it? It's like Masons are bullshit, anyways. At this point,
this is the thing. People don't know what Masons are, man. 99.999% of Masons are just little old men who go down the club. It's a dumb thing.
They work at the pancake breakfast. Yeah, my grandpa was a Mason, and I always thought it was just the pancake breakfast stuff. But he did have his private license, and he had like a ton of different odd jobs. And like the family story is that he also repaired washing machines in Washington D.C. and was in the elevator with JFK to repair the washing machine, and like all these weird little stories. So. He was my grandpa was like an investor and always had, money and whatnots.
A washing machine, hey?
Oh, do you want to know something funny?
And they owned the laundromat. And another, like a TCBY, the Country's Best Yogurt. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm looking through a lot of the old things to see what kind of level, because I know it's only like, 32nd, 33rd. Degrees where you're probably getting to do any of the really ridiculous stuff.
You
hit
but 32, 33, you don't know anything.
Yeah.
That's like my own version of a
And I'm wondering if they are like little pilots. They all probably are little flying around doing little things, little missions. But anyway.
I think that originally the Masons were, this is my opinion, I think that they were here and formed to cover up what happened in the last reset. But I think now it's just a continuing of this good old boys club, and it's a way for them to network. And I don't think it's any more than that at this point.
And it's a cover. It's a good cover.
Yeah, but yeah, they did definitely reset.
Little old men.
When they came over, they were given all the asylums, all the lodges, all the reset land was kind of awarded to the Freemasons to watch over and to transition everything.
All the land, all the business.
Hey, out of interest, have you guys heard of Crowley?
Yes. Like Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley.
Right. Okay, so how nuts is this? So have you ever heard of Patricia Crowther?
Crowger?
No.
Crowther, right?
No.
As in CR, as in Crow, THER, Crowther.
Oh, Crowther.
Right? Yeah. Right, well, it's Crowther. But so my dad, he's adopted, but he's actually related to Patricia Crowther, and I think is it Stuart Crowther? Basically, they are like one of the founding people of like paganism in like recent neo-paganism, I guess. Like, so they were connected with Aleister Crowley, for example. They were part of his group. They and they were really related to it. I had no idea, but my sister told me a few weeks ago. And like, so it turns out, because my dad was called Stuart Crowther before he got adopted, and comes from this Patricia Crowther, who is the one of the like founders of paganism in Britain. It's nuts.
Wow. So she adopted him, or she gave him up for adoption?
She gave it. Well, she did it. It's one of her like grandchildren that's given him up for adoption, because obviously she's like in the 1920s or something.
So he's related to the family.
He's like very, very closely related to the family.
Weird. Interesting though.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like
if you and what's weird actually, if you go to Yorkshire, where they're from, the area is called Halifax. There's a place there actually called Mount Tabor, just like the Mount Tabor in Israel, and it's actually the UFO hotspot in England.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. From the mountain, like coming from it, or near it, or
the mount is it's a small hill called Mount Tabor in Halifax area, and that's it is. It's a small mountain, but it's not obviously a proper
coming out of it.
Yeah.
Are they coming out of it, or are they just circling around?
Is it? Yeah. What do you mean, like living in the mountain?
Like if it's a UFO hotspot, Mount Shasta, they come out of the mountain.
Right. The UFO hotspot is just around the area.
They come out.
There's no specific they come out, but it's the area is a hotspot for UFOs.
Yeah, interesting.
Which could be military.
The other day, and
cool. Sorry, Campbell.
And they bought a block of land. There's a pyramid. And there's a pyramid in where were they? It was in like Yugoslavia. It's sort of around that. I can't remember the country now. But they got this block of land, and there were all these UFOs popping out the top of this pyramid mountain. And they said the government went up and they poured something like a couple of 100 cubic meters of cement down this hole and blocked it.
I love the idea
and it
that
went
would
quiet
stop
for like
UFOs.
6 months, and then all these folks started popping out another hole.
Can you imagine? You've got like space fucking traversing technology, and you're like, oh, the bastards have concreted us in. We're fucked. Put the spaceships down, fellas. We're locked in.
Space could be below us, right? We jump into a mountain and we start floating.
They're all there looking at their ships. Like we spent years building these.
Yeah, the Valiant Thor stuff is interesting. I don't know if it's total psyop, but the time traveling alien that comes out of the mountain, Valiant Thor from the Hollow Earth theory stuff.
Valiant, yeah.
And the CIA documents, they like have it documented that this person would appear. So who knows?
There's so many stories. There's one of someone going into Mount Shasta in America. There's heaps of stories of people going underground, into caverns, into catacombs, into caves, and finding either really large people,
aliens,
or civilizations. Aliens, I know, right? People that are not from here.
They're from. Yeah. That's funny. Chappelle, I randomly watched the Chappelle stand-up, and he said, I'm going to make a movie about aliens, but they're actually from here, Earth, and they leave and they come back. And I was like, that's an interesting concept.
Shout out to Woody Harrelson on
Rick and Morty did the exact same thing with dinosaurs. Like dinosaurs came back to Earth and they were like super advanced with spaceships, and they were like, you guys have fucked up the planet, we're taking over. But I mean, it depends, doesn't it? Because I was talking to Campbell about this. Is why I prefer. Sorry, babe, to interrupt you. I was just saying this is like why I prefer the idea of there being like stuff, because like you've got different concepts, haven't you? You've got the kind of closed circuit concept where Earth itself is the pinnacle of everything, and everything revolves around Earth. That's why I prefer the alternative, the kind of the Star Wars, that there's like loads of nutcase shit out there that we don't know about that's going on, different experiments, if you will. But like, I prefer that. Just me personally, that's complete bias. It's not based on anything. I just like that concept that there's just more shit.
Yeah. Or there could be lots of other things next to us on an extended plane, and a bunch of us with little domes on us, not able to go talk to the other. That's something that I've been thinking a lot about. Like, if we're not allowed to leave or go next door, what if there's like another exact Earth called like Perth or whatever the fuck they want to call it, part of my language, but all over, all around. And also crazy Star Wars space stuff. So like, couldn't we be on an expanding Earth with maybe a firmament, maybe not, maybe we just can't go next door here. We can't go that. We can't go in any direction to the next world that's also isolated from us.
Well, to be fair, like I think flat Earth doesn't in itself mean that you have to believe everything else isn't flat. Like, if everything else wasn't, they might have come together and said, right, let's create a little planet where we can, manufacture our own species. And in that circumstance, they might have been like, well, it's better to do a dome over a small section of flowing land or something. It doesn't mean that everything has to be there.
I just feel like sometimes that's what we are. We're like kind of a little experiment in this little, and then there's probably another experiment over there. I'd like to go see what they look like. If they look like or if they look like something else.
From what I've learned in my own delvings into the mystical, is that there's, and this is just something that I can carry down to everything, is that everything is more complex. So when it comes to things like, we're in just a small dish and everyone's like, that's, to me, it's like a simplification, whereas everything's more complex. It's kind of like there's multi-dimensions, there's multi-versions, there's multi-this, right? And that's it, is that it's beyond your comprehension. So whatever you think it is, you can't imagine it, because you're not God, or you're not the creator, you're not, you're not in that mindset. Yeah, exactly. So until you get that alternative perspective, you still come back not understanding it, but you come back with an understanding of not understanding it. Like, oh, I did understand it, but now I don't, but I remember understanding it when I did. Do you get me?
I think so.
You know, it's kind of like a, you know, it is. It's, you know, I was in an alternate perspective of consciousness, one that
there's things we know and there's things we don't know, and there's things we know that we don't know that we don't know that we know we know that we don't know.
What I mean is, like, for example, your human brain is limited by its limitations. So by leaving your human brain, you experience things that are beyond those limitations. But once you're back in your human brain, the human brain still has the limitations when it comes to the understanding of the experience you had. So the human brain itself, whilst you might have had experience that are beyond the brain, the brain itself can't comprehend those things.
Anyway.
Well, but as in, like, when you return to your body, it's like a dream. It's like a dream. Like, remember when you're in a dream and you know exactly what's going on, and then you wake up, you can remember the dream, and you know, the more you wake up, the less you can remember the dream. And it's kind of the same principle of, like, you know, you come back from this experience with full understanding, but you straight away forget that full understanding, and you're just like grasping at that concept of, like, oh wait, I had it.
But what if you just visited the other world that you were in or something? Because think about that. I remember my most vivid dream, you just made me think of that though, was I could do an aerial, which is a no-handed cartwheel, when I was like 8 years old. And I woke up and I literally, for the half of the day, thought I'd mastered the skill of doing this no-handed cartwheel, and I was disappointed. I'm like, I know I can do this. It was so real. And it's like, you know, my brain learned how to do it, and I did it, and it was, I still can remember how cool it felt that whole day that I thought I could actually do.
Like, I had the same thing about I think it was like the butterfly, you know, like swimming, the butterfly. I could do that, but I was leaping out of the water like a fucking dolphin. And I was like, I remember that, waking up like, I can swim like a dolphin. And then I was like, no, I was drunk. Like,
Did you
that was so real? I mean, this is my first like vivid kid dream, and then after I realized I never got that full effect again from the dreams. Like, I was always like, I'll wake up, I'll feel it for a second, like, oh my gosh, I'm an Olympic athlete or whatever the dream is. I'm like, oh, I'm not. But as a kid, I was like, I have to go try it all day. I was like, I got to try and do this aerial. I got to try and do this no-handed cartwheel. I know I can. And then by the end of the day, I was like, oh my gosh, that was a dream. And it just was that real. It was weird.
Did y'all have recurring dreams as when you were younger? Because I had several recurring dreams, and they were very, very intense, like mazes. And I would get, as I got older, I got more daring, and I could figure out how to traverse the maze. I would go into.
Oh, you know what? Right, I kind of get what you mean.
Know how to get through it.
Is it like this? When you say a maze, is it like, it's not a maze in the sense that you're describing it? It's more like you'd be in one environment and you'd know to go through a certain door or a certain opening to get to the next environment. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Yep. Exactly. Right. So it's basically.
I figured it out the way I figured out I would get to the same, for a long time. I would get to the same point in the dream, and I couldn't go any further. It was this room. And there was no way out. And I realized that the only way to go out was the one way that you would think you couldn't get out, and you would go that way and you'd get out.
Right. Yeah. So this is the same principle I've heard other people speak about, which is why I knew what you're talking about. I've spoke to about my sister. Like, so I couldn't remember these dreams until very recently, until I started doing DMT. And that's when, like, dreams from when I was younger started coming back. And that is one of the dreams I remember, is that I used to have this pattern, this system of, when I went into the dream realm, I'd be in a certain place and I'd go through this passage. And I remember, because it used to remind me of this theme park that called Alton Towers in the UK. It's a very famous theme park, but there was a passage, you go through here, you go through this bush, you know, and it gets you into this certain dream bit, and then you go through this other passage and it gets you into another dream. And I remember that. And this is the thing that gets me about this. If you know, looking into the Bible, it says that, you know, to get into heaven, you have to be like a child. And it also says, you know, the older you get, the further you get from God, which is that sense that as you're just born, you're just from there. And I think what we're doing in those dreams as children is we're doing that existential work that we're supposed to carry on doing when we're awake. We're supposed to work on that stuff. We're supposed to think about it and carry on doing it. So think about it in this way, right? When you're younger, they say that language is the easiest to be, if you teach a kid multiple languages, they learn those languages. And I think that your brain, you're using your third eye, is exactly the same. If you teach a kid to use their third eye, it's like giving them the million times head start, because us as adults that are using our third brain, it's like us learning a language now. Whereas to a child, they already have that access. And if you tap into it, and I think that's probably why we see these kind of, even in Stranger Things, the idea of a child being taken and put into a place where they can work on the proper connection and the spiritual. I think that has a truth to it, which is that we are all taught to disconnect, right? What do children do the most? They watch TV and they disconnect straight away, just disconnect. I'm not saying TV is bad, because in a way TV can make you connect.
I'll say it, it's bad.
Well, no. I will disagree with you on that, because in some aspects, no, there are no, because right, wait. I'll hit on one side. There is that messages can be delivered through media, as in messages from above can be delivered through media.
Messages in the screen, your subconscious mind.
No, but it's in the storylines themselves can hold truths, and it's independent to you. So a story that you watch, for example, a kid watching Spider-Man and wanting to be a hero might be his motivation to why he ends up becoming a truther or becoming this and that. So media, right? No. What I'm saying is that TV itself isn't bad. The concept of media isn't bad. The concept of enjoying watching people act as people isn't bad. Think about it. In the perfect realm, right? What would be the bad idea? Watching what I'm saying is, it's a tool. It's a tool, isn't it? It's like, if you use the tool against the child, if you use the tool to just completely focus the child on watch this cartoon and just don't use your brain, then bad. Right. But if it can encourage something in a child, like, for example, even Dragon Ball Z is something that's like so violent, but I love it, and it has motivated such a big part of my life to want to be like Goku, just like
the bottom of it.
Well, no, but it is. Even with my hair.
You have a point, though. And now, like, through parody, through animation, you can actually tell truth that they can't tell on the news, or that they can't tell on certain networks if you make a joke about it, or if you turn it into an animation or a stand-up comedy special. You can get away with giving away truth. So there are some kid shows, even Oddballs or Oddbods, I don't remember, one of them said something about like, and that's real science, and everything's real science except for the moon landings. And I was like, what did they just say? And it was like on this Oddball show. And I was like, bravo, for just, whether they did it to make fun of some truthers or to raise awareness or just slipped it in there. I was like, interesting that there's a way to kind of get through. And so animators and actors and comedians right now should be motivated, because they have a way to get in. Like Trevor Moore, go back and watch his stuff, like the whitest people, what was his show, but all of his sketches and his songs and the things he did. His Illuminati. So he did the whole story of the history of the world as a cat. And if it was the cat's history of the United States, like, you got to watch it. It's hilarious. But when you parody too, you can get away with it. So kids shows, parodies, whatever, people should still be motivated to try to infiltrate those places. But other than that, I do agree with Biggs that so Gestalt programming, they've taken studies and looked at how to manipulate you to with just symbols now. They don't even need to say it. So there's symbols flashing in certain shows and in commercials.
People don't realize that it's really bad. TV works. There's an interlacing that happens, and there's what you see, and there is an interlace that you can't see, and you're seeing two different images. One you can see, and one your subconscious sees everything. So your subconscious is watching one channel, and you're watching another. They're programming.
I agree, but I still don't. I don't want to detract away from like the good that
the other side. Because,
there's like honestly, because I think the emotional side of it me as somebody that's always been like quite
I would just rather give somebody a book and say, read the fucking
no,
book.
but the thing is, right, no, but it's different, right? If I read a book, and this is just me personally, but that's why it works for me and why I can maybe speak to people that are like me, is that when you watch emotion, so like when you watch people acting, you can almost put yourself in that position. And I think that movies in that sense can almost be like emotional training, because you're you know, if you're somebody that struggles to do that, of like, you know, put yourself in someone else's shoes, like for example, people that kind of have like high functioning autism, they'll really struggle with this kind of aspects of like putting yourself in someone else's shoes. If you said to them, imagine how you'd feel if you were this person, they'd be like, I don't know what you fucking mean. But if you showed them a movie of that, they'd probably watch it and shed a tear and be like, oh my God, I fucking get it. And I think there is a real value to that, a real value to, because I'm like that. Before, I used to be like, because I was diagnosed like high functioning autism, I used to be like really distant and disconnected from other people's feelings. I couldn't put myself in someone else's shoes. I remember somebody saying to me, like, you know, what if somebody said the sky was green and, you know, you thought it was blue? And I'd be like, well, they were fucking wrong. And they were like, you're not getting this, are you? But, you know, and that's the thing. But now
hey guys,
I get it.
I love you all, but I have to jump off.
Oh,
okay.
shit.
I have to go. I've got a thing.
Thanks for joining us, Cam.
Starting right now.
He
So
just
have
hates
fun. Nice to
film.
talk to you.
You're just a film
See
hater.
you
I'm just kidding.
soon.
Okay.
Goodbye.
It's because I
love you,
interrupted him
Campbell.
so much. I'm
We
sorry,
love
Carla.
you.
I didn't
Thanks for
mean
coming.
it.
No. But there's value to what you're saying.
Dude, like,
Both of you have good points, because it can be used for either. But there is people can't process things unless they kind of witnesses. That's why like a commercial can make people cry, and like, you know, it can get that emotion. I will say though, reading wise, after I read The Diary of Anne Frank, it was required text when I was in, like, I don't know, just very young. Was it fifth or seventh grade? Regardless, after that, I never wanted to read again. I was like, what? This girl dies. Like I was like just jiving. I'm like, this is great. I had no idea. And then you come to the end of the book and you're like, oh my gosh, this is horrifying. I don't want to read.
I can't believe you didn't have an idea. Did they not give you a hint?
No, there was no context. This is before we had learned about World War II. Even it was like part of our literature. And I was like dude, same thing happened with Romeo and Juliet in my literature. I saw the movie before we had gone over the play with Leonardo DiCaprio, and I was like, I was like traumatized. So that made me not want to read again.
What the fuck
and then
was going through your teacher's head when they thought to give you Anne Frank without explaining the fucking context? That's hilarious.
Yeah, they didn't give us the end. Well, I mean, I knew the context. But it was like a getaway story. You know, I thought it was like this.
No one else
get rescued,
this is like,
right?
Poor children. They're sat there thinking she's.
So anyway, then I was like, I'm never reading again. I was like, and then it was like Lord of the Flies that I read next, and I was like, Jesus, I had to read that for 8th grade. I'm like, and then Where the Red Fern Grows. All my required reading was like. So now I only really read reference books.
I watched that movie the other night, Where the Red Fern Grows.
Oh man, did you?
I'd never read the book or seen the movie.
It's lovely, cool. Isn't it?
How are you guys not making more of an issue over the idea that they fucking gave children Anne Frank, didn't explain, and let them sat there like she's gonna escape at the end. She's gonna escape the end.
They didn't know. They didn't tell us one way or the other. I was just like hoping for that. I was like thinking that the whole time. Like
that, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say that was a very big blunder on their part. They probably should have been like, you're about to read the book of someone that did not make it.
Terrifying. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
You know,
that is a failure on the fucking.
I would have appreciated it, but they wanted to have that impact on me, like,
you know what, when you said that then we read The Lord of Flies, I was like, I bet the teacher was like, oh, now for a happy one.
I wrote a note.
No real people die in this one.
This is a PG-13 movie and I am not 13 and I feel like I should not have seen this. I was so mad. I was like not prepared for what happened. It was so bad.
I can't.
Right. American education.
What did I miss? What's going on?
Bad. Pretty
we've been
much.
cutting the.
Hi, but I have to take one quick break. You catch Julie up. I'll be right back.
We've
Okay.
been talking about dreams and TV
And talking about the fact that apparently Britney's teachers didn't tell her that Anne Frank's diary was going to end badly, so she read it thinking there might be a positive ending, and I just can't get over that.
and Luke is getting ready for bed drinking wine.
I've been drinking wine in bed for the past 2 hours.
Oh, you're supposed to be clarifying. You're supposed to be cleansing.
Oh yeah. We literally had this talk like an hour ago. No, 2 hours ago. And
Busted.
I ran out of beer, and then I was talking to Biggs in the pre-schedule, and I was like, I've run out of beer. And who said wine? Was it me or you that said wine?
Well, you just kind of nonchalantly said, "I think I've no." I said, "Go drink some a vanilla extract." You said, "Oh, I have wine."
No, yeah.
Have you guys ever
I love how
vanilla
I tried to
extract
blame
and got
that.
drunk?
When I was little, I would go drink the almond extract and the vanilla extract, and my mom thought that she was just cooking a lot, and I would drink it because there's alcohol in it.
It's like a high percentage. It was like 40%.
Yeah, it'll get you high. When you're young, it'll get you high.
Yeah, no, right. You see, my mum doesn't drink, right? She really doesn't drink. But I noticed that there was a bottle of wine in the cupboard the other day, and I was like, rainy day.
I'm drinking greens. I'm drinking
never had a
celery,
green wine.
cucumber, spinach, romaine, kale, lemon, and parsley.
That sounds like you're electing to torture yourself.
Right? I'm surprised I don't make a face afterwards of like a really disgusted face.
I used to love every once in a while going to get wheatgrass shots.
How did you feel? What changes did you notice when you did that? When you were doing that?
Oh man, the whole day I felt like I could conquer the world. Like it was so awesome. It really like it's like a supercharger. You drink it now. It's horrible. It's the worst tasting stuff you ever had. But oh man. But you feel so good after taking a wheatgrass shot. The only problem is I'm in the country now, and you'd have to go 45 miles.
You know,
away
he's just lying to you. The minute you take it, he'll scream, "Ha! Now you have to feel the pain I felt."
I will say, I told that I took a couple girls to go get wheatgrass shot one time. They hadn't tried it, and I told this one girl,
Casanova,
I said, do not eat anything greasy before we go. And she ate a hamburger and French fries, and didn't say anything. And then she took that wheatgrass shot and she puked because it will not agree with you. It'll bring that out.
Hey, Biggs, that was the most pimp thing I've ever heard you say, bro. I took a couple of girls to go get a wheatgrass shot. I was like, oh, daddy, yes.
I knew you were a Romeo. I knew there was a Romeo in there.
Damn right.
I blew my knee out in 11th grade dancing with 3 girls at the Magic Attic in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
What was it, an ACL repair?
One in the front, one in the back, one on the side. Cup
Wait,
button, 90
your mic.
degrees the wrong way.
Right.
Pop. I was crying like a little girl. They were laughing their ass off.
But yeah, very nice to meet you, Julia.
Yeah, very nice to meet you.
I mean, we already spoke, but
I know we got to know each other backwards. We went like soul deep, like in reverse. Like
oh yeah,
it was like soul recognition. Like
I think
talk.
you've probably got like a good 5 minutes of messages from me to listen to.
Yeah, I gave you a lot of audio messages, and I kept going, and I'm trying to do all this other stuff. I'm like, hold on, Dee's here. Dee's visiting me, and so yeah, when she comes back in, I'll have her pop in.
No, don't worry. I appreciate
the enthusiasm. For Biggs though, I want to know what dance you were doing when you blew your knee out.
I don't know. I was on spring
the Macarena
high school, and we went to this they had this teen club. We went to this teen club, and I was out there back then. I liked to cut a rug, and I was out there. This was during the late 89 or something, and I was dancing to dance music, and these 3 girls came up, and I guess they've been drinking too, and we were all drunk, and had one in the front, one in the back, one on the side, and we were just doing that side to side thing, and I don't know what happened. My knee went 90 degrees the wrong way.
I was like thinking line dancing or but that would be pretty crazy type of line dancing. if you're gonna blow your knee out.
Archaics goes lime dancing.
And then I
Really?
walked around for a week with
Yeah.
a blown knee, and that didn't help. I tore all the cartilage in my knee and my ligament just shattered.
Archaics. I go lime
Sorry.
dancing with my 15-year-old.
Oh man.
Sorry.
Woo.
I'll stop.
Howdy,
Well, I'm
Mom.
sorry to hear about your knee and the
Oh, that was a
ladies.
long time ago.
I also hurt my knee when I was like 11, if that helps.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Yeah, I tore my cruciate ligament when I was
Gee, that's young.
doing some sports.
What, at 11? What
Yeah,
sport were you
11,
doing?
Yeah.
Rugby?
No. Well, I say sports. I was having a fight with a cunt, but
Oh, well.
yeah, no.
That should be a sport.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah.
I was literally 11, and yeah, I just remember like I drop kicked this guy, and I landed, and I just had a tear in my body, and I was like, oh no! And you know, when you're 11, and like the fight stops when someone gets hurt, and everyone's like, oh no, oh no. It was like that.
Why are you drop kicking somebody at 11 though? What did they do?
Because I thought I was hard. Obviously, can you imagine the moments before I tore my ligament? I probably looked the hardest kid in school. In those few seconds before my ligament tore, I was the hardest.
Yeah, no, I'm not doubting that. I feel like imagining a drop kick is badass. But my question is, what caused you to drop kick this guy? Like, was he like fuck your mom or what? Like,
no.
What triggers an 11-year-old? That wouldn't even that 11-year-old would be like,
you know what? This is actually really funny. It is actually really funny, right? The guy was he proclaimed himself my rival when I joined the school, and I had no fucking clue what this guy was on about. But he would challenge me to fights randomly. Just randomly.
Tell your teacher. What year was this?
Oh, I did.
1970?
I knew. I'm not kidding. I was in year 4, so I would have been like 9-10 years old. So like 2003.
And your teacher didn't stop them?
No. And I remember my dad was like, Luke, what you got to do is you got to knock him out. And I was like, Dad, that doesn't sound like good advice. But he was like, no, you got to do it. So,
oh my God. What did he say? Did he steal your lunch money, or like every day he was like, let's go, you and me?
No,
after school. I can't process
every day.
This. I was bullied, but
I
didn't get.
It was an everyday, but it was like really private school bullying. It was like every day, you know, I'm going to beat you
in
up
the bathroom.
School. No, he'd come up to me and be like, I'm going to beat you up. And then I'd hit
your dad gave you great advice.
Yeah, no, then I'd hit the guy, and he'd fuck off, and then he'd come back like a week later, like, I'm gonna beat you up again, and I'd have to hit him again. Up.
A 9-year-old having to deal with that every day. That's
like but this was what I mean. It wasn't bullying. It was like comical. The guy wasn't a bully. I'd hit him and he'd run off, and then he'd come back a week later, like, I'm gonna do you. And then I'd be like, for fuck's sake. And then like,
okay. So I get it now. Sorry. I was trying to understand this. He couldn't get you. And so every day he's like, I'm going to get you today.
Yeah.
And you're like, bam. And he's like, okay, well, tomorrow, today, now I'm going to get you. Okay. I was like,
and then I'm not kidding.
Instead of tormenting a kid, this is
it went on for a year and a half.
I got it.
It went on for a year and a half until I finally tore my ligament. And then after that, we were friends. He was all right. He was like, you know, you injured yourself in the line of duty. Yeah.
He had to prove himself to everybody in the school. That poor kid. You should have lost. I mean,
technically I did. I got the injury, didn't I? I did lose.
Yeah, but after a year and a half,
he beat me psychologically.
Dude, I'm saying after you did this, you're the a-hole now. This poor kid, you came to his school and he was like,
I was beating him up.
I felt so bad for you this whole time, and I'm thinking a year and a half. And I'm like, wait a minute.
It wasn't like that.
He really just wanted to just beat you one time to prove his cred, and he couldn't.
Can you imagine?
Hey,
that's
three
fingers.
Like, I'm just lying, and I'm like telling the story wrong. And it was like I turned up to his school and I beat him up every fucking day.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying he threatened you every day, but he had to because you won every time. And so for him to like get his credibility back at school, he had to beat you, and he just couldn't. So otherwise, every day he had to keep going through this. It's like Groundhog Day.
Shit! Yeah, no, I never.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying about you is that you're the asshole. You should have lost one time, and he would have been like, "Thank God," because
I never even picked up on that. I thought this guy was just trying to kick my ass.
No, dude.
You know how those eyes coming for some more.
Every one of his friends that he told, I'm going to show this new kid what's up.
Shit, this is the parenting. Right, this is the parenting.
Until
I fucking
you
did
tore
not
your
get.
ACL or whatever.
No, trust. This is the parenting I needed. Fuck. Wow, I understand now.
No, I'm just saying.
No, you're right. It's like rats, right? Okay. Did you know that the bigger rat lets the little rat win 1/3 of the time so that it doesn't lose interest? And that's a fact. The bigger rats, when they're play fighting, will let the little one win 1/3 of the time to keep them interested. And you're
Not to
correct.
the death, though, right? Because that
No, just when they're
just
playing,
kidding.
obviously.
I know.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Just
but like,
thinking of rats.
I never thought about it. Yeah. No, I mean, maybe
so
it's my
had
dad's
you maybe
advice,
let him win or like talk to him on the side and like, hey, bro, I know
but
you like.
I feel like we should move on now because people that are watching,
sorry,
like, why are we going through Luke's fucking trauma?
I'm sorry.
Why are we processing Luke's trauma?
We're here to heal traumas.
I'm sorry, Biggs. You could edit this out. I just couldn't process what he was telling me. I'm from a sheltered life, and I'm like, what happened? Sorry.
Hey,
I'm very literal.
That's the thing, right? I'm sheltered. This is like one of the best private schools in the country we're talking about.
No, I like this stuff because people want to get to know you guys, and by you guys shooting the shit, they're going to get to know you, and they enjoy it. They
that
love
is a good story. I'm glad I asked that question. So there.
They don't
know yes, we'll get back on
I'm going to regret sharing that story tomorrow. I'm going to be like,
they don't always want to hear about the research. They want to hear of the personal,
exactly.
Story.
They want to hear about our fuck ups at age 10.
Well, I don't know about that. It sounds like this kid.
We're like, oh, in that
case,
he's
like, thank God he hurt himself trying to stop me again. He finally hurt himself, so I don't have to do this anymore.
You know what the funniest thing was about that was, right? So my ligament tore, and I knew it was bad. And I started crying, obviously, because I'm a kid. And Frank, the guy who's called Frank, he was literally like, oh, fuck. And he carried me to, like, help me carry to my car. And, like, because he just knew it was bad. And, like, literally carried me to his, to my car. And my mum thought I was faking. She really did. She thought I was faking it. And, like, we went and got the scan from the doctors, and she was peeking on me through like the living room door, like, is the guy really limping or is he faking it? And then obviously it came back that I tore my ligament, and my mum was like, oh, I feel so bad now. I've been sat there spying on my son thinking he's fucking faking an injury, and it turns out he's torn his ACL. So that was
that's
funny.
so young. Sorry, all those questions came out because it's like not a normal injury for an 11-year-old.
Yeah, no, not at all.
And then that led to like the craziest story I've ever heard about anti-bullying or this poor bully.
Hey, Hippie Show,
you know what?
Karen's number 2 channel.
I only just got my ligament fixed last year. So I had that ligament torn for about 15, 16 years.
Let that be a lesson to
anti-bullying. Yeah,
I don't know. You weren't bullying though.
No, anti-bullying. If someone's gonna kick the shit out of you, just let them.
Don't do a drop. What is a drop kick? The jump kick where you're like.
Yeah, don't do a drop kick on uneven ground.
Don't do ninja moves.
Always test your footing before you do a violent maneuver.
So also, how did you learn how to do a drop kick? Can I ask?
Oh,
that's like just a maneuver.
Yeah.
Like
just British kids are just brought up with martial arts. That's how we are. We're born.
What?
We walk out of the womb, and the doctor fucking slams you in the gut, and he's like, too slow. And that's from that moment on, you're training.
So you run and jump. I'm thinking like a drop kick. Do you go up with both legs and like what's the drop kick?
Right. No, yeah.
This
you
is
jump
nuts.
into the air. You jump into the air.
Right?
You pull your legs into
Let's
your body,
elaborate
and then
what
you
the
kick
frick
out.
is going on in my mind.
The double one. Yeah, the double one.
Okay.
You land. Yeah, and when you land, I landed weird, and I just heard it sounded like paper tearing, and that was my ligament.
11 years old.
Yeah, and then got fixed last year.
I'm glad you're on our side. That's good.
That's why he's the gimp now.
No, that's why I'm the sleeping
You're fixed
prophet.
now. You got it
He's
fixed.
the gimp now.
I'm not the gimp. I'm your gimp.
Oh Jesus, Martha! Wow.
Oh my God.
I only wear the outfit for you.
Lovely.
Oh my God.
Did you tap the moon there to show?
Yeah, do the moon thing. I like that.
I don't know how to.
I'm doing it. It's me. Just do it again. Do it again. That's so cool. Look at. Oh darn it! Oh, who is it? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my god, that's so fun. All right,
really
I
cool.
think I'm gonna just take myself out of here so that you don't lose any
really
viewers
cool.
for a while. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you're
right.
leaving?
No, I'm not. I was just embarrassed that that's what I was actually doing because it's cool. It's like right above my head, and I knew it was gonna light up when I did that. So it's like, all right. So.
Oh, no, Beaks
All right,
can't lose
Beaks,
any
take
viewers.
this over. Help me. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling on and trying to.
They all love him so much.
Photo
so he can't lose
effects.
any.
There's something I was gonna ask. I forget what it was.
I wonder.
Oh, my legs hurt. I shouldn't have my knees crossed for this long.
What?
Don't do
Chat.
that.
Anybody in the chat have anything you'd like to ask these fine folks?
Oh, there's people here still. That's
We can try to attempt to answer questions. We
I
have
can't even see the questions.
by the way.
like you could ask.
Oh,
Julia
yeah, wait, I
something.
can do.
I'm
Yeah,
on
Julia's
sweet
good.
tea. Luke's on wine.
I am not. Oh, wait, no, I am. It's
What did
it's
you
a
say?
Merlot. I don't know what
Oh
year
yeah, the
it is.
wine.
It's
Yeah,
probably
I
shit.
got.
It's a 2019, so it's the perfect year.
Yes, I grabbed a Cabernet Sauvignon.
Everybody knows anything from
camaraderie.
19 is good for your body.
Ooh, I don't know about that, but the number 19 is definitely good.
My drink when I drank,
Zinc.
I loved Cabernet
Lots.
Sauvignon. That was my go-to.
Yeah,
I could really.
I don't
put
really
that
like
in.
it. I'm just having it because
Am I showing a little bit too
solidarity.
much nipple?
I can't see any of it. I'm not like looking. I think it's just maybe it's the blue light, so I wouldn't be too worried
Okay.
about it.
Right.
You're also a male, so I don't know if that's even a thing.
I do have nipples. That is a thing.
I mean, I know that's a thing. I don't think you can show too much nipple as a man. Like that's more of like.
Hey, Luke, show me your tits.
I think that's more of like
Men
women are
don't have
supposed to
nipples, you
show-
weirdo.
Oh my, that is not what I said. Wow.
Wow.
I meant.
I need to refill my wine.
Oh boy.
Oh,
How much
no,
have you got left?
You're cut off.
What have I done?
Nothing. Actually, you're still making sense when you are talking, speaking.
Is
Well,
Utah
I'd
the
Yes,
hope
good
it
points.
Garden of Eden, Jerusalem? You know, there's a lot of talk about that kind of stuff. I'm not the one to answer that question, but I know what you're talking about.
He
a lot
has
of people
3
are asking that
nipples.
question.
Do I have 3? Oh wait, no, this is a necklace. This isn't a nipple. This is a necklace.
Comments.
So,
just comments.
I can see
Sorry.
how that could look like a nipple. Can't it?
You got your live comments going on, so
I'm waiting for him to
he's,
just ass out on the moon.
the sleeper.
You know why I keep this here? Just to remind me, okay? Just to remind me of what I'm aiming for. Planetary domination. Oh yeah, same thing.
What are you working on, Brittany? What's your like focus right this minute?
Right this minute? I'm just I don't know. I'm still processing the different upbringing I had. Others.
Well, yeah,
and just,
Britne
your
donated
stories and whatnot.
So Britne
Yes.
donated to the nuclear submarine that I'm about to launch. So
Oh yeah, I
you
heard.
know,
That's awesome. Thank you, Brittany, for helping.
Yeah,
us out.
when I take over the world, you'll have Britne to blame for providing the.
I thought it was for a computer, but I hope that.
Well, same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Luke is trying to get donations for to get his computer system going. So if anybody would like to help Luke out,
I'm actually, you know what? I'm not far
Yeah,
off. All I need now is my GPU, which
and he's gonna do a do-it-yourself video, maybe.
Oh.
No.
Oh, maybe.
The final pieces are you gonna put together for everybody?
Well,
like,
people
right,
will
guys,
tell me to
just set up a camera.
Well, Anne told me to buy my own bloody coffee, so maybe I'll have to do that.
What if you do it as Campbell? What if you put it together as Campbell? That would be hilarious. I'm just kidding. He does really good impersonations.
No, fucking. No, I'm too drunk for impersonations.
Not right now. I'm just saying when you do your computer building.
No. I mean, thing is I've already built so much of it. I'd have to disassemble it, and I don't trust myself.
No,
like
don't do that.
I'm really glad that I've done this much.
Oh,
so
cool.
Yeah, all I need now. So I've ordered everything. I got my PC coming tomorrow. I've got my RAM coming on like Wednesday or Thursday. All I need is my GPU, and then I do actually need a monitor and keyboard and mouse and stuff. But I can get that. But other than that, it's going to be up and running by next week. So. Oh,
that's awesome! I thought you had to build like the whole thing. So.
I mean, yeah, I did, but I built
it. But you already did that, so that's good.
Yeah, I did that. Yeah, so it's my first PC build, but it turns out it's really fucking easy, so it's cool.
Just be careful not to shock it. That's real important.
Yeah, I've heard about this, but I just laugh in the face of danger, so I don't really care.
No. Be very careful about that because it is very easy to shock.
But I don't own any crocodile clips, so unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to go with it. But what I do have, completely unrelated, I've got some LEDs, so it's gonna look beautiful.
So wait, are you gonna shock it and it's gonna wreck it, or what's happening? You don't have
no, I'm not gonna shock it. I'm gonna put LEDs in it.
You can get, how you have electro, like you can. Like you rub your socks on the carpet and you shock yourself.
Static.
If you do that while you're working on a computer, it can kill it.
Oh shit!
Don't wear socks. Can, but
it will. That will.
Don't wear socks.
Yeah, right. To be fair,
right.
My mentality on it is my mentality on it is if a fucking rug would kill it, there is no fucking chance they'd even sell it to me. That is my point of view.
Just don't rub your feet around while you're doing it. Is all they're saying.
No, but I'm sorry, but if my computer blew up and they were like, "Oh, did you have it on the carpet?" So, what the fuck am I supposed to have it on?
Well, you're touching the computer while you're like rubbing your feet in your socks. That's what I'm thinking. Am I missing something?
Yeah, but exactly. Okay. If the computer that's supposed to handle how many watts, 850 watts of electricity, can't handle a little bit of fucking static, then I'm sorry, but it's not built for purpose. As far as I'm concerned,
but you're
if
like
that
messing
thing blows
with,
up,
you're fine tuning it, aren't you? Touching like
I do not give a shit. If that blows up, I'll send it back and be like, it's your own fucking fault. And they'll be like, they'll be like, did you rub your feet on carpet? And I'll be like, fuck off, I don't care. Literally, goods and services at 1982. Can you imagine a motherfucker being like, "Did you rub your socks on the floor?" Oh, we can't.
I never did until Beegs just said that was.
Because Beegs is like the fucking fearmongerer. Yeah, that's what he is.
No. If it's a thing that happens.
Right. If static energy was a danger to my computer, my hair would be a danger to the fucking computer.
Here's the thing. I think it's got to be extreme. Like all of a sudden, this has happened. Like when someone's like putting it together and they're like getting their feet all charged up. It's got to be enough charge. So just,
people worry about solar flares, don't they? They worry about solar flares, but it turns out the real danger is fucking static fluff.
Hey, you never know. It could be. It's not fluff if it's directed energy.
But anyway, right, let's move on to something interesting because Julie looks like she's lost her mind.
I'm losing focus.
Sorry. We're talking about static. We're done now.
Exactly.
Literally.
Julia, have you gotten any further on creating a YouTube channel?
Oh, I'm going to do it when I get back from the Shasta conference.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is that, by the way? You told me about that, Mount Shasta. What is that?
Yeah, it's a conference this June 22nd through the 25th, The Promise Revealed. It's a conference up there. Like Brad Olson is going to be there. I just saw Dan Winter's name. I think he might be there because he's on the flyer. But I'm going to be there. I'm going to be talking. And
what will you be talking about?
Well, I'm not sure of what. I'm not going to do the presentation on the tablet yet. So it's going to be maybe about my experience with doing the Hollow Earth show and what happened when I remote viewed it. So that's in June. And then, and then I have a conference at the end of this month in LA, the Biomed Expo. But it's going to be fun if you guys want to go in June in Shasta. Britne, are you going to come?
I think so.
I'd love to, but I think it might be a bit far.
Yeah,
it's a 10-hour drive from where I'm at, and like,
well, unfortunately, I can't drive.
Yeah, I sped read. Biggs was talking about reading and speed reading, so I sped read, and so I did audio, and then I had physical copies of books. But for that Shasta episode, the Hollow Earth, I had to get caught up on a lot of Hollow Earth theory books, and it was like just overload of information. So I became a speedy reader, and I think I probably should go to that, and we'll go to that.
Well,
at least
in a
to support
nutshell,
you,
Julia, can you give me a nutshell of the Hollow Earth, and what your thoughts are right there?
Oh, what my experience, like what I'm going to be talking about is like my experience with it, where like basically I was contacted out of nowhere to do a show for Vice on Hollow Earth and Inner Earth, and they wanted my family to basically say how crazy they think I am, that I'm a believer in
that's
Inner
standard
Earth.
operating procedure, right? Yeah.
Right. And so my family was like, "What? No, we're not going to go on camera and discuss that." Like, absolutely
they don't
not.
care if it's your family; they just want somebody to do that.
Right. Yeah. And they really were pushing. They really wanted groups. Like, they really were like, "Well, what groups are you a part of?" I'm like, "Look, it's just something I've always felt was true, and things I've seen and experienced. Like, I've always been a big believer in Inner Earth and Hollow Earth. Like, period. And yeah, my family has never believed that, and most of them do think it's crazy. But so my family said no, and then I had told them about Andreas, and because they were pushing for groups, and I'm like, well, I'm part of a Tartarian group, but I'm like, it's all connected, like Tartaria, Inner Earth. Right. Like I feel it's connected, and I feel, but so then. I raved about Andreas, and I told them about Britne and a few other the researchers within their group, and then
which was limited Hollow Earth.
I pitched it. I pitched it to the people. God. I pitched it to the producers of like, look, like we go in there, like I'm a remote viewer. She's a volcanologist.
I was reading Cyrus studies,
and so then
it was so nuts.
So anyway. Then I pitched it, and then it was one of those things of like, it just kind of happened. And then so they went with Andreas, they spoke to him. That's all it takes, really, of like, oh, okay, this guy's great. And then they contacted me and was like, we want you to remote view a spot like for the show that we want to visit that has like Inner Earth entrances. So I thought it was going to be like any remote viewing session of like, I thought, honestly, I was so stupid. I thought it was just going to be like an hour or two. Like, I thought it was going to be like a few hours of like, I'm just going to review this. I'm going to get the info and then be done and like go do the show. No, it wasn't like that at all. The craziest stuff happened that like, that's why I do a presentation on it, really, of like unfolding it, of like, it was wild. And then I was kind of scared to come out about it, like saying this stuff, especially in a crowd of people, of like, it's so weird and different. But yeah, I came across a lot of dark things too, like a lot of dark, like where it looked like a laboratory and certain dark things I saw. And so it was a lot to process and everything. But,
so out of interest, do you think the Earth's flat?
Do I think it's flat? Dude, this is what I buy into. It's a Vesica Pisces shaped Earth. So like I take it way far of like a Taurus field, like
right, shit, right, yeah. So I got the same. Right, wait, 1 sec. Biggs, shut up. Let me just say, right. So I got
Earth. Are you talking from looking down or looking from
when you open the Earth? When you open the Earth up, say this is the Earth. You open it up.
Right. Okay. 1 sec. So do you? So when I got the messages, I got told that it was like a hypersphere. So I got shown a hypersphere, but the way they showed it to me was by showing like a tesseract, if you know what I mean, like a four, and they said it was like that, but the spherical version. So like you are in a sphere that's got dimensions inside, so it's a hypersphere. That's what I got shown.
Yeah, where it looks, and I took it and it was showing me the way it was piecing it together. But the best way to describe it would be a Vesica Pisces. Like if you open up the Earth, how it is like a Vesica Pisces, right? But also the Taurus field, but also 3 parallel, like past, present, future, and like almost like, God, is there 3 versions of it? Like 3 layers of it? But but the conclusion of what I'm remote viewing, like the inner earth and stuff, was imagine a utopia, okay, like a heaven at the core of it, and there's this glowing the way their light emits down there is completely different. It's beautiful, and the colors down there is like unbelievable. But then imagine like 3 to 4 layers of hell around it, and then surface earth.
Right.
So which is powerful too, because I look at it as like, well, what is a better way to protect heaven than like 3 layers of hell? Like but there's also a thing that there's a field, and that's what really blew my mind with remote viewing. That was like, there's this field that fascinated me, of like that protects this inner part of Earth, that is like a security system, like a imagine like a really advanced laser security system that you cannot hack into, you cannot penetrate. It is unbelievable. It's like a thick field that
the origin field, probably.
You know, it's really
the
strange.
Field of origin for all.
What you're talking about sounds like I know it's completely off topic, but if you know Marvel, Loki, in his TV series, there's this whole thing to do with the TVA and like somebody that's running it, and he is in this space beyond time, which is protected by this kind of dragon eternal thing that destroys other timelines. But the aspect of it that I gather from that is that what you were saying is it's kind of like because obviously Loki, if people don't know, is actually well, he's both Jesus and Lucifer in our mythology. If you actually boil it down, he is both of those characters, which if you know Marvel, you'll understand with the horns, the Lucifer aspect, Lucifer being a fallen angel, God's favorite son, the son, it all links together. But that aspect of this kind of thing beyond destruction is that key theme that when I was talking about how media portrays these concepts, I think that media does. I think that God or something speaks through the media that we that we watch. I think that ideas are painted into things that we take in. So in that aspect, I think that there's quite a vivid link between the fact that Loki, who is supposed to be Jesus or Lucifer perhaps, is the one that goes beyond that void to reach the thing beyond it, and that thing is just another person. But yeah, sorry.
We kind of have both those sides within all of us, right? We've got heaven and hell, masculine, feminine.
But well, that's
Lucifer,
what I mean about
the
idea that truth was covered by hell, by this most destructive force, and the way they moved through it was, well, by enchanting it. But it almost reminds me of the way the Bible speaks about choosing love over fear. And it's when you're presented with these kind of situations where fear overcomes you, the only passage through is love.
And that's the thing, is like, wait, they say fear, love doesn't live here. Fear lives here. Most people choose fear, like most of the time.
Thing is, though, is I'd say at the same time, from my experiences, that it isn't about choosing fear. Like, I think when you're presented with certain experiences, it's easy to say, I choose love. But then when you present, like, you'll know, but with the DMT, the really scary experiences, that's when you're tested, because the passage through that is love. But it is genuinely, like, imagine something that is so terrifying to you. It might be independent. It might be a spider that's 20 foot tall and chasing you, or it might be a murderer with a chainsaw. But the idea is the kind of turning around and hugging that thing, turning around and loving that thing.
Oh my
So
gosh,
if you're being chased by that spider or that dude with a chainsaw or a zombie or whatever scares you, that's the point about it. Isn't just, oh, choose love over fear. You're going to be presented with your fear, and you have to learn to love it.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever your biggest fear is right now, you will have to learn to love that.
Find the balance.
Well, yeah, and that's why
it is easy to say it first until like different scenarios show up of like, okay, come on, now's your opportunity. Show it love.
Well, I think that's the thing, is that it's because love and fear, it's not about choice in a way, because there's been so many aspects of my particular journeys where when I've had control, I've been able to say, like, I know there's been a lot of experiences where I've been really terrified and I've thought to myself, like, just think about who you love, who you love, who you love. And then eventually after, a few, well, I say seconds, but you don't really know in those worlds. But after, a bit of that, suddenly you kind of emerge from that fog and it's like, I made it through. But then there's other experiences where you don't have that chance to even think that. It's literally, like, say, being chased by your biggest fear. You're being chased through the forest by an 8-foot spider or dude with a chainsaw. And it's that being able to conquer the fear to talk to yourself is the big bit, because it's about remembering who you are. And I think it ties into reincarnation, because what I've been taught from my experiences is about maintaining my consciousness. So it keeps putting me in harsher experiences that make me want to pass out and just let the experience happen. But it's testing me in a way that's saying, stay awake, stay aware, know who you are. And I think that could tie into reincarnation in that sense of when you're presented with that opportunity of going down the passage of reincarnation or going the other way, it's about remembering and going, wait, no, I am Luke. I don't want to reincarnate. I am Luke. I'm going that way. And if you don't train yourself in that way, then you won't have that thought. You'll just get sucked straight. You'll
One
just
would
get,
be like, well, I reincarnated so many times, I don't know who I am, because I don't know what I hold on to. Like, that's what most of the problems is. People don't know who they are.
Well, exactly why the training might help, though, is that, like, if we've all reincarnated, however many times, X amount of times, the point is in one life you hold on to who I am. It's not about who you are as in, like, what's your name, where do you come from. It might be more who I am as in holding on to your actual consciousness. So a good example of this might be, like, some people can handle 6 pints of beer, whereas some people can handle 10. And somebody who has 6 might lose their mind and go all over the place drunk, knocking stuff over and being a twat, while somebody else who's had 10 might be completely in control of who they are. And that aspect should carry over, where, and in the sense that somebody who's trained their mind to already experience these things, when they arrive at that moment of reincarnation, they might be right. So a normal person that's not done any might just be following the path in the line, going, yep, okay, reincarnate, okay. Whereas someone that's done the work's going, wait, I've been here before, I know this. Wait, no, I don't want to go this way, I want to go that way. And that's the difference, is you've got to visit the place and open your third eye, like the Bible says. When you open your third eye, you'll see color. I think it's kind of that
also
aspect.
Like, all of the times, like, we have time alone and to dive into our subconscious mind or get whatever messages from the universe or ourselves that we really need to hear and see and dive into. Like, instead it's like, we'll just, it's a tendency to distract of like, let me watch this movie or this TV show and this, and then, but having that time alone to meditate and to receive and to, to get everything you need to get and confront it is important, and that helps too.
I do a walking meditation. People think I'm just an asshole when I'm out mowing the grass and they wave at me and I don't wave back. It's because I'm meditating. I'm in my own little world, just mowing the damn grass.
I'm just imagining you rolling past, not waving back, and the guy being like, "What a dick!"
I do it all the time, and I'm just.
I gotta do that like during dishes time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cleaning. That's what they say. If you're angry, like the best thing for you is to mop the floor. And there's stuff. That's what I was talking about with.
I'm angry
with Luke earlier. Of like, you know, like before you meditate, how important it is to bathe, like to clean yourself and to brush your teeth, and you know, like there's a reason.
I had a shower before this, so
right,
very very purified right now. Well, I say that as I drink wine, but I'm half purified.
We all are. Good. We're all half good.
Yeah, we're all working on it.
But like again, I think that what we're touching on, or well, what I'm touching on, is something that as an atheist before, I feel like, to be fair, I'm like probably such a twat doing this, because beforehand I was laughing at everyone like, haha, you think you're like I was the twat, as in laughing at people thinking that they knew when I knew really. And then I wake up and I'm sat here going, okay, now I know the real cause of meditation. I know this. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like a real dickhead because I've gone from not believing in it and thinking they're idiots for praying to going so far beyond that I'm going, oh, your praying's wrong. You need to meditate. And that's why
word, I am right there with you on that. I think
like, because I think that's the problem with Christianity, is that it
minimizes it. It's so bad.
Yeah, well, yeah, Catholicism particularly, because they were literally like, if you do that, you're essentially doing paganism. But
it's all based off Catholicism when it comes to Christianity. Keep that in mind. A lot of people forget that.
But what I'm saying is, even when it comes to just the simple prayer, and that's why it's funny, is that like
people.
Like when you pray, whilst it probably is good, you're not exercising your brain in that way. Like, for example, like monks, they will pray, meditate for 66 years, and at the end of that they will be seeing visions, they'll be seeing etc. But like they have to do it for so long just to get access to stuff that people like Julia will have access to straight away. Like, I mean, and then
it's also a heart purity thing, and I think certain genetics, like I produce more DMT than average or whatever, the women on my mom's side of the family. But I feel like it's, from what I've been shown and from my little understanding, is that it is like a heart purity level.
That does make me wonder, because
are you talking parasites wise too? Or like,
and that's it, and that's what I was explaining.
Not just
too,
like your heart's pure. I'm like, my heart's pure, but heavy metals like sugar. I think this is why sugar's in everything, and because of what it does to your DNA. I feel like this is all just me. This is how I feel based on my experience.
Yeah, I was gonna say, weirdly, I would say, I don't know if this ties into kind of like what Freemason shit talks about, because have you ever heard like the aspect of Freemasonry where they're like, nothing matters, like you can be as bad as you want, you can be as good as you want, it doesn't matter, right? Mm-hmm. I think that aspect kind of plays into it a little bit, where you're expecting that the person that can go the furthest or get the furthest or be the purest, and I don't think it's like that. I think it's more like what you're saying, like it's about purity of body, not purity of actual like who you were. It's about who you are. So as in, like, the spirit realm doesn't care about who you were, it's all about who you are. The spirit realm doesn't actually hold a grudge. The spirit realm doesn't so you could have done the most heinous crimes,
exactly,
but if you do turn it around and approach the spirit realm in the correct way, the spirit realm doesn't care. And that is a thing that won't resonate with people, because they want to hear justice. They want to hear a bad person will be punished.
That reminds me of the guy that wrote Conversations with God. There's a line in that book where he says, "The truth is that Hitler went to heaven," and that says it right there. Not saying that Hitler's good or bad, of course.
Well, I mean, the thing is like, for example, if Hitler if Hitler's intentions were good, why wouldn't he go to? I mean, I don't want to get into this. That's probably a really bad topic to go down. But
I was talking about that. Like the thing is, he had like interdimensional beings show up. You know, whether you can call them Nordics or Palladians or whatever. There's some things that eventually showed up to Hitler, and Hitler had a laptop. Why don't more people talk about that?
I personally believe that Hitler was as much of a puppet, right? This is
he was a Rothschild.
Well, yeah. If you want to go into it, so I know what got me into a lot of this stuff in the first place was a person called David Irving. So I don't know if you ever heard about him. He's not David Ewing. Don't get him confused with David Ewing Jr. It's David Irving. And his what got him famous was he was the person that exposed the Dresden bombings to the world. So he wrote the first book on the Dresden bombings, which is when the Allies firebombed the entire city of Dresden, killing about 140,000 civilians in one night. Right, it's literally more than one of the nukes killed in I think it's Hiroshima, or it'll probably be Nagasaki because less died in Nagasaki, so it'll be more than Nagasaki. But 140,000 people died in Dresden from this firebombing, and nobody knew about it. This guy figured out it because he was off working in steel mines or steel factories when he was quite young, and these German people spoke to him and told him about Dresden, and he was like, wait, what? So he wrote about it. And he became a best-selling author straight away, best-selling historian, because he exposed this thing. The next thing everyone said, can you write a book on Hitler? So he said, yeah, of course I will, because the methods that he did was he went into the archives, he found their actual notes from the doctors, he found the people, and he found their diaries, and he took the dates from all the diary, proper history. Because one thing that he used to say was that all historians do the plus X theory of writing history books, which is if you copy one history book, you're a plagiarist. If you copy two, you're a researcher. If you copy five, you're an in-depth researcher. If you copy 10, you're the biggest researcher in the world. So that's the point. The plus X theory is you read the past 10 books and you make the 11th, quoting all the other 10. Well, number 1 said this, number 2 said this, number 3 said this, number 4, and then you've got your book, and that's what they did. Whereas he went back to the sources, and the thing is, the Germans didn't trust the British historians anyway, but they trusted David Irving because he could not only speak German, but he'd also produce this book which proved that he would give the German point of view. So people trusted him, and he actually got hold of people. Like, he found Hitler's doctor, and he got the book, and people talk about Hitler, he was supposedly dying and all this, it's bollocks, but he's got this book, it talks about Hitler, it's definitely Hitler, and he wasn't dying. But point is, when it came to writing the book, the publisher turned around to him and said, you've missed out the Holocaust completely. And he was like, well, because from the archive point of view, there's no mention of the Holocaust from Hitler's side. And the publisher was like, well, you can't do that. You just make something up. And he was like, well, I'm not making something up. It's not in. He was like, David, you will ruin your career. You got to put something about the Holocaust. He was like, I'm not doing it. And that was it. The guy went from, I'm not kidding, number one historian, best-selling historian, to Holocaust denier overnight. Yeah. Because he disagreed with the mainstream narrative, and that was all that it was he disagreed with how many notes. Well, yeah, and then he went further into it, and he started uncovering the fact that the amount of people that supposedly died at these places.
Oh yes.
The actual furnaces for the cremations couldn't handle the amount of people. Just mathematically, they couldn't have handled the amount of people. The mass graves couldn't have handled the amount of people. And that's when it starts going into this deeper thing. And that was one of the first things that brought me into this, was that kind of like, oh, there's this
I would think with like everything they were into, the Nazis and their experiments, they wanted bodies to experiment on. You know, I would think that they would take those people and use them for like for more experimentation. And yeah, that's what I would think.
All different types.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I've got I try and explain this to people when I talk to them, which is one of the points about being a researcher is that you've got to be able to hold multiple conflicting opinions in your head. So it's kind of like you need dialectic therapy, because you need to be able to hold multiple conflicting theories in your head without losing your head. You know, that cognitive dissonance you get when something you learn doesn't really compute with what you already know. It's like having that, but about 10 different things, and you've got to ignore that to be able to research the thing, because if you don't ignore it, you approach it biased. So, for example, if I read Anatoly Fomenko, he will tell me that Jesus was born in 1053 or 1153, and that immediately is shaking your worldview. So it's hard to continue. It's hard to continue and learn what he thinks, because your brain's going, no, don't make sense. So learning to overcome that, it really is a skill. It is a skill, because that's how you overcome bias.
But think about every person too, like the programming for what you're saying. Like I earlier today talked about reading the Diary of Anne Frank, right? So every kid is programmed, you know, through education too, to not ever look at that and think it would be absurd for anything different, because that was especially in America, a huge part of our history studies is World War II. We read the Diary of Anne Frank. It is just ingrained in us from a young age that that's what happened. So it depends on your level of programming.
The Anne Frank house is a mud flutter, by the way.
I believe it. I also wanted to tell you about something else, Luke, that you said that's really important that I learned just through I was getting my PhD in psychology, is the origin of the study. So all these scholarly articles are about an author or about a scientist, about a researcher. You have to literally read their autobiography to find out what their theories were at this point.
Yeah.
So anybody that you're learning about in psychology, if you go back and now you can watch a lot of their lectures online. Before that, people had to depend on these reviews of what they were doing and going off of those scholarly articles. So it's a copy of a copy of a copy that's not even about the original work of these people. So it was really important when you said that, for people to find the origin of everything they're looking into, and it's really
it's like, you know,
changes the way you
the other day
learn.
when I was doing a video with Campbell and Britne, and one of the pictures they brought up of Britne brought up of Morris Lake. It's an image I've seen before, and I literally said, like, I would have shown this image, but I couldn't find a source for it, so I didn't want to. And it's like that's, you know, for me, I will, like, don't get me wrong, I will show images that haven't got sources, don't get me wrong, but in this particular circumstance, when I was talking about Morris, I was trying to, because it is supposedly a mythical thing, I was trying to ignore anything that anybody could say is bullshit. So you know what I mean? Like, and that's the point. Sometimes you have to do that. I mean, other times, fair enough. You know, you've got to be like, I don't know where this source is from, but it's a picture, etc. But I think when you're bringing extraordinary claims, you've got to have extraordinary evidence.
Yes, that's why I buy the book. Like, that's how obsessed I was with actually finding the actual evidence, getting these documents.
Exactly. It's the same with me in Egypt. Like, I've been delving into all these different. Oh, sorry, Brett.
Me and Bill were working on the photo manipulation video. One thing, a conversation we had is that he wanted me to, I provided him all of my data of photo manipulation, all the images. And he came back to me and he said, okay, I need you to do me this. I want you to go and get me documentation of the provenance of every one of these pictures. And I said, I don't know if I can find every one of them. He goes, well, do the best you can. And so I went through for a week researching these pictures. Now, we didn't present that information, but we did that to cover our ass on the back end. But people didn't know that.
Wow, you didn't even reference that?
We were making sure.
Are you talking about the Cabbage Patch
No, I'm talking about the one before that. The Cabbage Patch came out of that, but the photo manipulation video we collaborated on, and he wanted to make sure we documented where that information came from, and so we didn't present that because it was boring and too much.
But you have it in case anyone questions.
We had it just in case.
Yeah, it's important.
Well, that's the thing is most things that are destroyed and tampered with, like, what's the point of sourcing that if it's lies to begin with?
Correct. It's just hearsay, and it's like
you better have evidence to back this up. Oh, really? The evidence that's been completely really that's what you need to verify something.
Right.
Like you need
you just
printed published lies by an evil like what?
Yeah.
You made me think of something, right? So it's completely unrelated to mainstream shit, but somebody commented on one of my videos earlier saying I'm a Romanian and we have never ever been conquered by Turkey or Hungary. We are Romanians and we've been Romanians from the beginning of time. And I was just sat there looking like, the Romanian gypsies? Like, you can imagine him, can't you? Like, we have got nothing to do with the Tartars as he packs his caravan. Like, fucking... sounds like we're nothing like these fuckers. We've been here since the beginning of time. Gets into his car and drives to the next camp space. You're like... The fuck are you supposed to say to that kind of shit, man? The best bit is that he deleted his comment for a reply. So I feel like he probably, I feel like he went on Google and was like Romanian invasions and just saw the fucking airplane meme of like people lining up, like walking in, like, oh, okay, it was the Soviets, then it was they're okay, and then you even go even further back. And where does Romanians come from? Oh, the Greco-Romans. Oh, never mind then. Like.
Oh man,
I just don't want to hear it.
I'm adding you guys' links into the description of the video. Somebody was just asking for your links.
Oh, and also to go back to your question, I am working on a video on von Reichenbach still. So I was gone for like 3 weeks. Karl von Reichenbach, science, the vital forces, vitalism. He kind of proved it, and should have been like reintroduced in 1851 after it was. But yeah, I'll make a video anyway. When you asked me, I was still pondering the story that I had just heard about Luke's dropkick and whatnot. And, so that's all I could think about. But I am on Recent Tartarian's channel. That video will be up soon.
The sleeping dropkick.
Yes.
I want to do a deep dive on cerebral spinal fluid.
Yeah, I want to say, Biggs, are you planning to end the stream? Is that why you're
No. Somebody was asking for your link.
Okay, right. Okay, cool. I was just making sure because I was going to say.
That's why I'm throwing that in there. I'm like,
I've got 2 glasses. I've got 2 glasses of wine left, so that you have to keep me until I finish that.
Every now and then, I can actually hear the spinal fluid running down the back of my neck.
Is it certain positions? What triggers that?
This feels like the start of a horror movie.
I know.
It happens lying down or sitting up.
I just get the urge to eat meat.
It's like a tingling,
human meat,
trickling. It sounds like one of those rain-making things in Australia.
Wait, only in your neck?
And it's right in the back of my neck, and I can hear it. I can't feel it, but
Julie's like, you know what? I'm looking into my remote viewing, and I have no fucking. My manual has nothing for this.
No, I want to look into it because I came across this like ancient crystalline tech that reads you, and it reads, and I was trying to understand it. Like, okay, show me. I was trying different avenues of trying to understand.
Bernie's turned up. Look,
oh, Bernie.
No,
Flash Mom, he just flashed us and left.
Bernie, I haven't left yet. Raise the roof.
Do you think you could connect to somebody via an impersonation?
Yes.
Right.
You're
okay.
tapping into their energy.
You're
tapping into their for frequency. When somebody talks,
one sec.
Sound is a vibration and a frequency.
What is Archaics thinking right now? Would I go Archaics? Marauders? Where's Archaics? My name is Jason from Archaics. I've got myself my marauders. Please tell me.
Archaics, tell us about the reset. When does the next reset happen, Archaics?
I don't have specific dates. All I know is you should subscribe to my membership channel. I'm losing it.
When somebody's voice unlocks things like within us. So when you're tapping into to sound exactly like them, you're absolutely connecting with them.
That you were Campbell earlier. My gosh, that's nuts.
Oh yeah, do Campbell.
Oh, he's good. Not right now. Oh, he can now. He can. He already can.
No, I can't.
I heard you saying you could do me earlier. I ain't heard that.
He did do Campbell.
I can't do you.
In the
no. Oh wait.
I'll send it to you, Julia.
Wait.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit fucked, but yeah. No, it's in the group chat. But I was
lying to us. They're lying to us.
No, it was good.
Yeah,
it was
they're lying to us. Fuck yeah, no, yeah, totally not telling us the truth about that. Fuck yeah. But yeah, no, sorry, I'm drunk.
It's good.
It was better before.
No, we have it recorded.
It raised my vibe when I got the message today. Like you cheered me up. You like lifted my frequency.
Thank you.
The voice. Yeah, of his Campbell impression in the group.
I'm not the only one that thought it was really good. And nobody here has heard how good he did it in this voice recording. It's so freaking funny.
My best one.
It's just like when Campbell's like surprised and it's good. It's funny. That's why we love Campbell.
My best one is David Attenborough.
I have to say we have a really good.
Have you guys never heard of
research
David
group.
Attenborough?
David Attenborough?
Yeah, so you know who David Attenborough is, the guy that does like Blue Planet narration.
I like your
Have you never heard that? Oh, fucking! Have you heard that?
Christopher Walken?
Do a Blue Planet.
The alpha male has positioned himself at the front of the pack. 3 million years of evolution have led to this point.
I told you it was good.
Oh.
Yeah, I could do that.
Oh my god, I want you to be my voicemail. Like,
Welcome to Julia's voicemail.
That was really good.
She's currently out fending off alpha males as she attempts to live her fucking life. But men just won't fucking leave her alone.
I don't know. I can't believe I lost my headphones for the end of that. I was dying. I ripped my headphones out because I laughed so hard. Okay.
Oh my smile! You know when your cheeks hurt from smiling so hard, like that's how funny I think it is.
Thank you.
So much I love.
Yeah. That's my secret talent. Is I can do that.
That's really good.
Yeah. My friend can do a really good Stewie Griffin, as in like actually amazing. I keep trying to copy him, but I just can't do it. Like, Graham Norton. Wait, Graham Norton. I can't do it. I need him here.
That's pretty good.
Stewie Griffin. No, I need to be not drunk.
Dude, no, that actually, I think it might be loosen enough.
Graham Norton. Brian. Brian. I actually can't. I can't do it. I'm sober. But fuck it.
Wow.
Yeah, embarrassing. I shouldn't have done that.
Oh, that was great.
You know, it's fun sometimes to just stop doing the damn
Wow.
research and like just shoot the shit and have fun.
Yeah, it's
just laugh at Luke being drunk and
I tell you what,
you've brought, if you're drunk or not, you've brought it back to some really good points, actually. And
definitely.
And your impersonations are top notch right now. I can't even. Wow.
I can do Cleveland. That is one I can do.
Please, I gotta mute myself first. Yes.
One sec. Go again, sweet.
Cleveland Brown. Oh, no. Oh, hey, Griffins. I gotta stop taking my baths during Peter shenanigans.
Are you kidding? Wow. Dude, I knew it. I knew right when you did Campbell, I was like, he can do impersonations. He has to be able to. It was that good. Okay. Dude, that's good. Wow.
I was actually an actor, you know.
Luke, did you say you used to live?
You were an actor?
Yeah. I mean,
right.
I've been only. I've been an extra in a load of things, but I've actually had a few speaking roles in like mainstream stuff, which is cool.
That's why you're recognizable.
No, I mean, I'm in. There's a big program actually called It's a Sin in Britain, which is about like gay HIV kind of epidemic in the 80s. It's a really big show, won awards. I was in a few episodes of that as like one of the friends speak like a tiny bit. You barely hear me, but it's still cool. Yeah. I really wanted to be an actor, a proper actor, but I just hated it. It was just like, as in I love acting, I just hated the industry.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I kind of wanted to get into voice acting, but and I did get told to by my agent and stuff, but I just never really did. And then I started doing this, and people were like, you know, you got a good voice, so maybe I should have.
Yeah.
Well, you're still young, and you can still get in, and there's other people, that are, dude, that'd be sweet if you voiced any of our like cartoons.
Voiceover work pays like $10,000 a pop, really.
Well, I'm waiting for David Attenborough to die, because then I will be the top dude, right? I will be straight in like,
the alpha male has positioned himself at the front of the queue. David Attenborough has passed away, yet still Luke Huxley sits in a wait.
Oh my god!
I can do that. I'll be straight in, and that's my ability. But the thing is, like, people can do different voices. Like, say, like my friend, I'm not kidding. He works in Aldi, which I don't know if you have Aldi in America or Lidl, or it's
we have an Aldi.
Yeah. So it's, you know, but this guy, I'm not kidding you, can do the best Peter impression, the best Ted impression, the best fucking Stewie impression I've ever heard. This guy needs a job in entertainment. And this is why I disagree with the world, because think about how many people out there right now have got so much talent and they are strapped down to some bullshit job that they shouldn't be in. And it disgusts me, because there's so many of my children out there have talents and I just want to hear it. But they're stuck in horrible places.
They can probably share it on YouTube, but also they're like making AI that's going to make like talent almost obsolete.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck that.
It sucks. It does. I'm telling you, I've heard some
That's
AI
for
voices.
creativity.
I've heard two AI voices that I want to replace every vocalist. See, like you're better than AI though.
I'm trying to get it.
Read books.
No, it's really bad. I'm drunk and I can't do it.
Or you could read books narrated as certain people. That'd be hilarious.
You think you're one of them, Graham Norton, but you're not. Oh, Brian. I'll try and do the voice. Brian. Oh, go away, fat man.
Right, okay, I'm going to stop. Right.
Thank you. No, that made everyone's night. I don't care who you are. All that last little, whatever this has been, 10 minutes of impersonations. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean,
thanks for letting me come to the show.
Whenever we disconnect,
that's crazy.
Julia's going to have to deal with answering to my WhatsApp messages anyway. So,
yeah,
you know, at least you know when the stream ends, somebody's still suffering.
We do have a lot of fun in our group, in our research group. We have a lot of fun. We do research, but we have more fun.
I love how you have to announce that. We have a lot of fun. It's not all beatings.
Well, it's not all just research.
Yeah.
It's a nugget of research and documents, and then it's like
it's not all repression. Don't worry. We have fun in the
disagreements in there.
Come and join the chat. Give us your wallets, and don't worry. Don't panic, humans.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm such a gimp.
No. You're wonderful. Thank you for sharing your talents with us.
Talents.
Yes.
Talents.
That's a talent. I can't sound like anybody. I can sound like a sprinkler. I think I can.
But you say that as if that's a bad thing. Like you can't sound like a dickhead. Oh well.
No, I can't. And I can't impersonate anybody. I can't yeah.
Go on, do it.
Joey Lawrence. Whoa.
Try your best. Do an impression. Whoa. Go on. We're gonna go around the group. Everyone's doing an
I did it.
Everyone.
Hey, Luke.
Who is your impression?
It's Joey Lawrence.
To know what a gimp is. He wants Pants on the Ground wants to know what a GIMP is. You got to explain it to him.
A GIMP is if you watch the movie.
Pulp Fiction.
If you watch the movie Pulp Fiction, you'll understand what a GIMP is.
That's
yeah.
Shout out to Pants on the Ground. He's in Minnesota.
But anyway, we're carrying on. Sorry. What? It was your turn, wasn't it?
Julia, did you have it? Julia can do lots of probably
Luke has quadruple sound. This is trippy. How have I done that?
The whole time? We're just finding out now.
Whoa.
Wouldn't that be funny? Whoa,
you guys are just figuring out my abilities. I can take over all sound systems.
That's what he was doing. When he was doing the impersonations, he hijacked.
I am hijacking. Now I can take off my dressing gown.
What is this? The moon is blocking like a plate. What is that? His mouse. I don't know. That's funny.
Did you just say, damn, the moon's blocking?
No, I said the moon is like blocking. It's just funny. Not damn. I'm like, oh, darn it. I can't say him on D-Rope. It's just fun. It's funny. It looks censored.
I just stuck behind my globe.
It's a comedy.
Strategically placed.
It is. That's why I was laughing.
He's in the playgirl pose. He's in.
I think we derailed earlier. Oh, when we were.
Right. What were we talking about?
When we derailed the first time, you started talking. I can't even say it.
Oh.
The HD.
Wow. That's a lot.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Right. Anyway, so
Pigs.
what are we talking about? Unplug that.
I was thanking Biggs for having this so that we could see those impersonations and get a comedy type of reset. Comedic relief. Whatever, comic relief. It's okay to laugh during all this shite.
It is good.
Thanks, you guys. This was great.
This research, too much research is just, it doesn't make things fun. You got to have a little fun every now and then.
This is why you have to donate.
Yeah, we were gonna. Yeah, otherwise we're gonna just do this.
Yeah, go check out these guys. Work because they work really hard.
What is this?
We usually do.
And then they'll do shows like this, and they'll bring you a few chuckles.
I've only done one other show like this.
I broke the globe. I broke the globe, guys.
Saturday.
It's back.
It's back. But yes. So eventually we will talk about the giant tree theory. That was perfect. I feel like I'm on a news show and it just went right. We're like, all right, so carry on.
It's a weatherman who's tornado just got
took him away. We're like, all right, and back to you, Biggs, with the news from Tartaria.
Let me show you this picture. I don't know if anybody's seen the I've got to find it now. I showed a picture the other day. I don't know if anybody has seen it or not, or I just ran across this picture. I thought it was really interesting, and want to know if you guys had seen it. And present. Yeah. Have y'all seen that before?
No.
Is it the map with Tartaria on it? Okay.
Hold on.
It has Tartaria on it. Sorry to ruin the surprise, but it's going to say Tartaria on it.
What year is the photo from? Or the drawing? The image. Looks like a lithographic image almost. So.
Let me see.
I blew my quilt. My quilt's not working.
Sorry. See, I'm doing it. I don't even give a shit. I need my glasses. All right. I was gone now. I want to know the date, the book. See, I'm just like the sleeping Historia up there, Luke. But I need to know where that came from, what book, what image.
Yeah, I had trouble finding information on it. Let me.
Otherwise, it could be like that 2011 document that we were talking about at the beginning. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I know. Isn't it awesome when it's like Luke and he gives like all the references? What a good guy!
Yeah, I have to, dude. I'm a.
You know what you guys should
freak.
do?
I only read reference books.
You know what, Britne, actually, I need to give you a free lifetime membership to my Discord after what you did. So remind me to send you that. Well, you did. You donated enough to like, you know, fucking have my soul as.
Oh my God, no!
Yeah, well,
no! I want you to make your computer.
Keep that. Keep it.
No, for real
Yes.
though. Honestly, I'll send you a link after this.
Sweet.
Just to have, because you deserve it after that. Fucking hell.
Well, thank you.
That
love
donation.
to be on your Discord.
I'm not kidding. I'm still in like kind of shell shock from that. This whole interview tonight is shell shock from your donation. I am just rocked.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
for real.
Welcome, and it wasn't.
God, now I got to do it.
I know. Yeah, Julia's like, all right, hold on a second.
Hold on.
It wasn't. And Bernie's like, hey, Britney's buying me. Is Bernie here? I'm actually buying. I'm getting Bernie his sleep night. Bernie, what am I getting you? What's that called? Someone paid for someone to get Bernie a special tool he needs, and I'm going to donate the rest.
Oh my God, Bernie's
just
dressed
throwing
like
money at people.
Perfect time to donate to Bernie right now when he's in a towel.
Yeah, this is perfect. Hold on.
Oh, I thought it was a Julia cosplay.
I think it could pass for Julia cosplay right now.
I couldn't see you, Bernie.
Golden hair.
I'm joking,
Wow.
Julia.
It's fucking magical, though. Okay?
You're not as pretty as he is.
I know. There's no alpha males fighting over me in my natural habitat.
Burn, where are you? What is it? I can't read it.
So that's your
can't
shower
see it.
curtain. Oh, that's
dear God.
It's fucking magical. It's in Amber's spare bedroom.
I didn't realize that.
Whose birthday is it?
Whoa.
Every day you take a bath, it's birthday time. It's party time. It's magical time.
I'm 28. I'm 29.
That's how you got your rice machine.
Are you jumping in the shower right now?
No, I just got out of the shower. That's why.
Oh my God! Thanks, Bertie. I had to put my glasses on.
Britne, how old are you, by the way?
How old am I?
22.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bernie. Aw.
Yeah, no, right. Because I don't want you to take this offensively, but from your profile picture, I thought you were gonna be like really old, and I've seen you. You're like really young.
Oh my gosh.
That is
because you got a black and white, or you got a black and white picture. I thought it was gonna be like some, like a picture of you from the 90s.
That was from last year, Daisy.
No, but you get me. I thought it would be an old person.
Oh, because I used a black and white picture?
Yeah. I thought, because not just black and white. Your hair looks all like curled. So like, I thought that it was like an old person showing their best picture from the 90s.
Oh my God!
Yeah, no,
but my face
now seeing you,
showing their
now
worst
seeing you, I feel like I can tell you that what offended you because you're clearly not.
I'm laughing. I'm not offended. Yeah. Is this my Facebook picture? Because I think I need to change it.
No, it's just the black and white one. Like I genuinely thought you might I thought you might be like 60, and that's like your photo from your prime years, and I was like, oh, fair enough. You could I'm not a dickhead for thinking that, am I? I'm not
wrong.
Right?
Like I don't think we understood what you meant at first.
So I do refaces. And I reface myself constantly.
We love reface.
I'm sorry. I'm really not a dickhead. I did not.
I do not love reface anymore. I'm actually. Hold on.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No. I'm laughing so hard. To me, this is.
I'm gonna put on some clothes. I'll be back.
Yeah, do that, Bernie.
I hate you guys don't think I'm a dickhead.
No, not at all. I think that's the funniest thing ever because I refaced myself on like Natalie Wood and like
there we go.
Like
that makes sense. I was
and
this
Sophia
is like
Loren,
a picture from like the 30s.
I thought it was
I thought it was a picture from like the 30s, and I was like, well, Must be some old woman showing like her old fucking glory days. I'm so sorry.
No, that's just my that's my hobby. That's my talent. I'll have to send you on my channel. I made a
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm laughing. I'm laughing my ass off. Sorry. I'm trying to stop laughing. Okay, it's just funny. So I made another me face video. No, you're not at all.
I feel like you should show them all the picture just so that they understand where I'm coming from.
Oh man.
Like, come on. Like, if you see the picture, you'll be like, oh, okay.
You'll know that I am a nerd.
I'm not a dickhead. Like, I genuinely just thought it was just like a picture from the glory days.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
No, I just thought it was like, your high school photo.
Oh my gosh. How do I even find my own? Here we go. Hold on.
Julia looks really annoyed. I'm sorry, Julia.
No, not at all.
Sorry, Julia. We've had a couple glasses of wine. It's out of control.
I like how she says "we" as if she's responsible.
No, you and I. No, I'm talking about you, Luke. You coerced me into having a glass of wine.
Oh yeah, I know. I just feel like your one glass shouldn't be fucking grouped in with my entire bottle.
I've had two.
You shouldn't be blaming
Britne,
this, is what I mean.
You would ask
my picture.
Britne, you would ask where I got the picture from, and this is where I got the picture from.
I am actually down to my last glass now, so
and it's got this. It came out of these books right here. They're in Italian.
Ooh.
And I can't really tell you any more than what is here.
Okay.
That's some good research.
They're translated though into English by someone from some year, or I have to look.
I don't know.
I have to look into it.
So this is where that picture came from. So
all right, guys. Well, I gotta go, but this has been absolutely
she has a friend
amazing.
Over, by the way.
Yeah,
Tell
I got D here.
Hi.
I will.
Sorry, D.
But I love you guys. This has been epic.
Thanks for
joining. We
gotta do this again. We appreciate it. And I put all your information down in the description of the video, so y'all can go check Julia out.
Very cool.
Yes, we'll be doing a show maybe Wednesday or Thursday with you and D on Recent Tartarians with Ellen, by the way.
Okay, cool.
I was going to talk to you about it later, if you're able. All right, cool.
I love you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia.
I'm trying to find this picture of myself where you think I'm 60. Hold on. WhatsApp is what is our thing?
Are you talking about that video where you that's yourself?
That's a different one. That he hasn't seen that. That one I get to look like a celebrity. This one I look like an old my WhatsApp picture, my profile picture that I have for that.
Oh, bye, Julia. She
thought I was 60.
Oh yeah. Like, when you first put that up there, I'm like, I asked Campbell, I said, who the hell is this? I didn't know. I'm like,
okay, I'm gonna change it. It's just confusing everybody.
Okay.
Sorry,
We invited you to the group, then you joined with that icon and not your name. And I'm like, who the hell is this?
Oh my gosh. How do I find my picture?
And Campbell's like, that's Britne. I'm like, no, the person in this one, he's like, that's Britne. I'm like, what are you talking about?
He knows that I'm nuts.
Okay. Campbell knows all.
I
was gonna do some underwear modeling for you, but then I didn't want Beegs' channel to get canceled, so.
Well, we did talk.
We did that earlier.
We went to places.
Oh my, just kidding. I'm wearing pants.
Luke did he showed us his tits earlier.
Yeah, I was more worried, like the stuff he talked about, I think might have got you taken off air. Where the heck is it, man?
Where is sleeping Historia? Is he sleeping?
He might be. We're trying to find on this picture so he could explain. I laughed so hard. So he thought I was 60. That's funny. He's like, how old are you? You're much younger than
22. I still do.
Oh, Verdi, I love you. You're the best. That's great. You're funny. Yeah. Anyway, let's I'll find it someday. I don't know. If you open the WhatsApp, it should be in there. I think I've seen it in there before. But
I got a new hoodie today.
I did too.
I got a new hoodie.
I wore mine. It was a volcano hoodie. I talked about it at the opening of the show. Now I don't feel dumb anymore. I was like, I probably shouldn't talk about my.
Hello, people. Oh, fuck's up.
Oh, sleeping. Oh, look at that.
I know. And then I
was sleeping prophet with the colorful prophet.
The globe of the prophets.
What's going on, Bernie, man?
The prophets when I grasp my globe.
Is that? No.
Sorry.
It's not a globe, it's an orb,
That's the one that I used.
There you go. That's the image. That's the
That's
image.
the
Right.
picture.
That's one of them.
Like,
I thought Britney was like from the 1930s. You know, I thought Britney was
that.
You know,
that is understandable.
Did we
Now
invite?
As an older
did we
lady.
invite Britney? Yes. I said, oh, well, I guess she didn't join. No, she joined. I was like, no, she's not on here. Yes, she is. No, she's not. We went back and forth over and over again, and it's because she's got this picture of this random woman. I had no idea who she was.
So, like, you know how Luke does impersonations really well, and Bernie missed them all. And
I was watching in the bathtub.
Okay, oh, lovely. So my talent is reface. Okay, there we go. That's
Yes,
all I wanted to say.
I need you to reface me a picture or two.
Oh my
Because the amount of Zerdus refaces you've done are amazing.
Yes, I have a knack for
I'm licking
refacing.
the moon right now. Look at this.
Wow.
Like Britney McSurtis, Anderson Cooper. Who else? There's
I have one for me because I'm working on, but we have to edit it still because there's like too many head turns.
Yeah.
And then I can slow down
I've got one for Archaics.
Here we go.
Okay. Ma ARX.
Oh shit! You sounded like fucking Tropic Thunder.
Yes, that's what I thought too. That's hilarious.
A Simple Jack. That's it.
Yeah.
You mama make me happy.
That's we're not doing anything that Archaics is.
Archaics. My name is Archaics. I'm Marauders.
There's a giant computer synthesis in the sky.
Is he talking about, when he says that, he's talking about like projections?
No, he's talking about the simulation that runs the universe because we're on a spaceship being
No, you don't understand. I watched Graham Hancock. And
he lost me when he tried to say that horses
the
were the
planet
cause of the Mudflood. It wasn't a Mudflood. It was
Mudflood is literally horse shit. Okay, it was horse shit on the side of the road.
It's horse shit. It's horse shit.
Is this what you guys do, and then they make videos about you? Or is this the first time we've lashed out?
What?
Like, do you guys make videos like this about Archaics, and that's why they make the video?
No. Right. All right. One sec. I have to take the blame.
Hey, I blame.
Wait, one sec. Bernie. Right, I have to take the blame for all of this shit. Before I joined,
you were doing impersonations.
All of these guys were straight. They never insulted anyone. And when I turned up,
it's true. It's all.
I started being a dickhead straight away. Day one, I was like, I'm gonna be a dickhead, and I was a dickhead, and I still am a dickhead, and that's what's happened.
Making fun of people.
No, not even making fun of other people. Right? I turned up, and I was making fun of these guys, and I made fun back. That's what happened.
Just like the bully that tore your knee.
Yeah, and I became the bully.
No, I didn't mean that, but I kind of, you know what I mean? Like
no. Well, these right. I was nice.
It might be happening again.
Well, that's the thing. I was nice. I joined the community. These guys made some funny videos, and one of them, Woody, told me to stay in my lane. And I remember that phrase.
Really?
Stay.
Oh my God.
He said the phrase "stay in my lane," and I remember sitting there. I remember
I had the milkologist tell me that, and I said, "Oh hell!"
I remember sitting there staring at my phone, thinking, like, "Stay in my lane."
Oh my
Do
gosh.
you think you drive fucking
It's like
cars?
when someone does this when you're driving.
Do you think you drive fucking cars, you fucking gimp? Like, you're telling me to stay in my lane. Who do you
Okay.
think you are? Stay in your lane. Like, we don't drive cars, son. We
Did
don't.
Archaics tell you to stay in your lane?
No. Archaics
Just
was
Woody.
simply because
Woody,
I can do the
doubt
accent.
Woody even has a Woody unless it's for Ewok. Like,
No, but this is the point, right?
We
It's
figured
like,
out Woody's
all I
the
did,
origin,
I just
aren't we?
remember this gimps tell me to stay in my lane, and I didn't reply to it because I was just like, right, okay, because I don't really like getting involved in this childish shit, as I say, as I drink wine about to insult the cunt. But I genuinely just thought, I genuinely just thought, like, what do you think you are? You're arguing over fucking like Tartaria on the internet. To even say stay in your lane, it reminds me of Dodgeball. You know, the movie Dodgeball, like the kind of over serious kind of you going down.
Yeah.
Like yeah, if you're sat there like, oh, stay in your lane. You know, if you don't want to get insulted, stay in your lane. Like what's my lane? Like ancient Egypt. Okay. You fucking gimps. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Hey Bernie, I sent Shim an invite to this stream,
What does that mean?
He's busy right now. But
Did you really?
He's a loser. Yeah.
I don't like confrontation. Tell me that so I can be like,
No, Tartaria's
they're good.
cool.
They're good. Shem and Beegs are friends now.
Yeah, no, Shem's good. Shem's cool. Well, actually, according to a document I've seen from 2030,
I've seen
that
it
kind of
too.
looks like Curtis.
That looks like you, Bernie.
Oh, okay.
We're giving Shim a
Is that
chance
not you?
to
No, it's just a random painting.
Okay. On the wine goggles, I guess.
I'm still laughing over the bit. I was like, you know, I'm not childish as I sip wine about to insult the cunt.
Shem's good.
How's Amber tonight, Bernie?
Oh, what?
How is Amber tonight, Bernie?
She is good. We just woke up and now she's telling me we need to go get food because it's 9:30 p.m. and well, everything's about to close. So
tell her to fuck off. It's frosty. No, don't. Hug her. Hug her and tell her she's gentle. We love her.
You're asking how you are.
She heard me. Run. She ran. She heard me.
She's gonna come all the way to UK to whoop your butt.
Somebody is. Archaics might.
Popeye's chicken. So I love you guys.
Hey, Archaics don't let no women.
No, that was no point is to not do that. Sorry, Archaics.
Love y'all.
Archaic slaps women, they don't slap him.
Seriously. Does he?
Oh dear.
That's misinformation.
Right, yeah. Well, one sec. For legal reasons, I must say that Archaics does not slap women.
Except for when he got charged for it.
Wait.
What? Did he really? I don't know these things.
Wait, one sec. Whoa.
Have you done a background?
For legal reasons, we must say that Archaics did never slap any women, to the best of our knowledge.
Really? Because if you can search it, then that's something that you could say.
No, I'm serious. Right.
No.
Guys.
Okay, for legal reasons.
For legal reasons.
For legal reasons, I would never say that he
Archaics
did.
has never slapped any women, to the best of our knowledge.
All right.
Yeah, as far as we can work out, he's never done that.
Okay.
I mean, he still might have. Just saying.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I've become like autistic at this point. Or deeper in the spectrum if I'm not already on it. But thank you.
It's a superpower, isn't it? Like, yeah.
That's funny.
Look, we're not saying that he crossed any of these lines.
I get it, but he might have. I get it.
He might have.
But no, but we're not saying that.
Wait. For legal reasons, we're not saying he crossed any lines. To the best of our knowledge.
If your channel doesn't get canceled for some of the stuff said on this, I don't even know. Not that one, but Well, you guys are going all in.
Archaics, no, my channel won't get banned for nothing. Ain't Marauders.
I don't think he
I
cares.
really hope he's a big jerk.
Archaic?
Yeah.
Archaic. I mean, to be fair, like, he actually seems like he'd be a really nice dude if he wasn't infiltrated by the CIA.
Okay, so we're doing this because he's infiltrated. Otherwise, you would like.
Oh my god! Right, he's got a dude sat next to him that's like 20 years younger, sits there openly admitting was in the military, and you're like, archaics, bro. You're literally sat next to your CIA plan. Like,
he's got like a handler. You're saying. So now we're saying what they're saying about you, but then they all rescind.
Yeah, but he's guys
aren't smart enough. Yeah, but remember, you guys aren't smart enough to be agents, so you're just giving them.
Yeah, can you imagine like asking Jason Bourne to be in your little fucking like podcast? Hi, I'm Jason Bourne. I'm gonna kill some people tomorrow. It's fucking ridiculous. The guy, right? Who is a 30-year-old ex-Marine sits there and goes, "I want to work for Jason from Archaics."
Wait, is this Jason, the original Jason?
Jason from Archaics.
That used to be.
Archaics.
Wasn't there the one channel that was Jason?
Marauders, Jason.
Anybody know that? Hold on.
Fucking Marauders, how many times?
Then it was Jay, then it was Jason, then it was Jay, and then he would cut people's videos early on.
I changed my name multiple times, but I can't change it more than... Sorry, I lost it. But yeah.
I need to figure that out now.
Yeah, it's probably the guy.
No.
Anyway, somebody else change topic before I start a war.
I don't think so. Anyway.
I've already started enough shit tonight with this bottle of wine. You guys need to control me.
No.
We are too far away.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm on my last glass.
No
what other offensive things can I say before the glass ends?
Well, I don't know. Let's not go for offensive. Let's go for.
Oh shit! I'm still on camera. Nice. I don't even know. Right. Anyway, let's talk about nice, pleasant things.
No.
This is the moon.
It's all good.
I like the moon. That's pretty cool.
On the moon, gravity is actually less than on the Earth, which means that if you were to take Archaics and place him on the moon,
yes,
he would still be as much of a dickhead, but he would weigh much less.
That's funny.
By the way, Luke is a glober.
That's full circle though.
You're right. I am.
That joke is full circle.
But we're working on it.
No, you know why am I glober? Because I fucking enjoyed Star Wars, right?
I love Star Wars too, but it was
exactly. Don't work with the flat Earth, does it?
No, the movie. It was just
it could actually. You're the one that said that tonight that it does work with the flat Earth. There could be expanded planes and then tons
they'd
of
be
stuff.
Like, you're Luke Skywalker, the guy from the flat Earth.
Yeah, you could still fly up and go do stuff to crazy stuff. Maybe it's interdimensional beings. And they're all just on DMT.
My only reason, right?
I would say it's a deep.
Okay, so I should back this up. Again, my reasonings for being globe earther, one, because it's something I hold on to, and admittedly that might be like my programming. B, it invites more entertainment. Like it just like I said, like I'm happy to be wrong. If someone showed me it was flat, I'd just be like, oh, okay, fair enough. I wouldn't really give a fuck. How does it change my life? How would it change my life if it was flat as opposed to round? It wouldn't. Do you know what I mean?
Depends
on
what you
change my fucking
think
life.
about science. Like if you study science and are trying to deal with anti-gravity and you don't know about electromagnetics and that fields,
I agree.
It does change the tech, but that's the only thing.
No, I agree with you in that sense that it would change your dynamics of life. It wouldn't actually change your life. As in, I would feel that same thing. I believed in the dynamics of life before. So by it being flat, the dynamics of life change. So I'd be fine with it.
Really interesting.
Yeah, I'd be fine
with it. Luke, read your question. What do you got to say about the new chamber in Giza pyramid?
I think it's bollocks. I think it's just to distract you from like the real shit.
What's the real shit?
Well, considering there was like, according to history, what I read, there was a 1,400-foot pyramid in Aswan. And that's on the cataracts of the Nile. Now, this is where it gets debatable because there's a lot of sources, historical sources that I've read going back to Strabo, of like, I'm talking BC era descriptions. People were saying that Thebes was where Aswan is, which was called Asna. And there's a place called Karna, which is quite close. But these names all get swapped about, which is why it gets very confusing. You'll know Thebes is supposedly at Luxor, but what I've been investigating is this idea that the pyramids and the Sphinx were not localized to Giza. And what we're presented with at the moment is a kind of fake. Not a fake, but a kind of fake, in the sense that it's just what they want you to see. And
or it's replicated from something else that exists somewhere else.
Well, I genuinely, I believe they took down the pyramids that were closer to Memphis, which is Cairo, and they just put them up a bit further away. Now, even if they didn't do that, one thing that is for certain is that they had heads buried in the sand, which look like the Sphinx head when you see it, but they're clearly described in the history books as being colossal heads. So when we say a colossal, we're talking the Colossus of Rhodes, the Colossus being the big person. So when you see in dictionaries or in these old history books them referring to these things as Colossus heads, what happens is history says they're a Sphinx head. It's the Giza Sphinx head, but it's not. It's a Colossus head. And you can find loads of them. In this one history book alone, I found like one at Heliopolis, 2 at Luxor, 2 at Giza. And these aren't sphinxes. These are heads of Colossus constructions. Now, if you're thinking that's nuts, well, you will have seen the Colossus constructions of these people sitting on their seats as you enter the tombs. You'll have seen that, the giant people sitting, giant figures of the ancient Egyptian people sat there on their chairs as you enter the stage. That's what it is. It's just a head of one of those. So,
oh no, that was beautiful. I hope he comes back. Honestly, if he can drink a bottle of wine and then
I bet his phone just died because I think he does that from his phone. I bet he didn't have his
it's
phone
not even charged. Dang, I want him to finish. That's beautiful. He's great. He's wonderful at presenting ideas. I really like Luke, and despite him, and apologies to Archaics, I don't know enough to say anything one way or the other about the situation.
When we start off with, he'll be like, well, "What do you want to talk about?" I'm like, just wax poetic,
Anyway, that was great. I really want to hear the rest of that. Can he find a computer and log on, or join you at least to finish that? Because that was great.
I think something's wrong with his laptop to where he can't do the lives from his laptop.
Bummer.
I don't remember. I think it's the camera.
Well, let's give him a few minutes to charge his phone in case he has to charge it. Doesn't give up on us, and wants to come back and tell us the rest of that detailed outline of the history. We'll see. I have not heard that, but
looking into the pyramids. I don't know. Egypt's really strange.
Yeah, it is. I agree. And so is the pyramid building and taking down. And I used to I looked into the water.
Hey, Andreas. He's lurking.
Oh, we're just waiting for that story to be finished. It was interesting because he was talking about being like 3 sheets to the wind drunk, silly, and then bam, just like in it, which is, it's nice that you can kind of come in and have a little fun, and then also tell a story that's you can follow.
There he is. He came back.
Oh, is he?
Hey,
Yes.
sorry,
What'd you
my
do?
phone died.
I told you.
Anyway, you were at an interesting part in telling us about. Do you remember where you were?
Yeah,
in history.
It's a glove.
Hi.
This is what we get in Canada when you get alcohol. You get a free scraper because it's freaking winter outside.
Oh, that's lovely.
Isn't that
How
cool?
kind. That is nice.
Because it's winter. Oh,
Hey,
we need
it's snowing here too.
That's crazy.
It is that warm outside. Oh,
So
and I got a new
what was the
too.
thing about Egypt?
Yeah.
Canadian flag.
Very.
What is that?
All right, I was just showing, going back in to show all y'all how great Canada is because it's freaking
right.
freezing.
We
No.
hear you.
No, thank you.
Why is it light out there?
No, that's just lights at the gas
It's
station.
like brightly lit. I was gonna say,
Yeah,
it's like a
You
weird
better not
bird.
have taken her to the gas station for dinner.
The what?
That's what she
Let it
wanted.
lit?
That's what she wanted.
That's what they wanted. I thought he's like, we're going to get this and this, but word, you, Bernie, we were talking about Egypt and some crazy stuff.
Oh,
Then
yeah,
got
yeah.
disconnected,
I
reconnected
already
with you.
I already talked about this with Bernie on his channel and Autodidactic.
All of the
which was,
discovered pyramids by Luke. He's a genius, this guy. Sleep
Yeah, he's back at it. Pick up where he left off.
well, yeah. So basically, I discovered loads of text, most of them obviously in foreign languages, that purposely haven't been translated just to make it harder for you. And in fact, this just shows the level they went to. So I'm reading this book at the moment. Because it's called like The Description of Africa something, and it was originally obviously not written in English, and it's been translated. And it comes to a bit where it says the Barbara Pyramidum Ciliate Memphis something. I can't remember the exact terminology, but what it says is the barbarous pyramids silenced the wonders of Memphis. And what they've translated it to in the book is, the Memphis pyramids boast the best ever, and they don't mention what it's actually saying, which is it's comparing them to the Barbara pyramids, it's comparing them to other pyramids. So by looking at this, you realize like, oh fuck, this goes really deep. They are changing the text just to confuse you, because what it really says is one of two things: either that the barbarous pyramids are silent in the wake of this pyramid, as in the barbarous pyramids are way not as good as this one, or the alternative, which is the barbarous pyramids silence the wonders of Memphis, which means that they're better than. But either way, what the official text is saying is that the Memphis pyramids boast their wonders. It has no mention of Barbara pyramids, and that's where you realize what they're trying to cut out.
Hey, Lukey, have you looked into Abydos?
What's that?
The Assyrian.
Yeah, Abydos is another good region that was covered up there. It's a good point, Beeks. Hey, sorry guys, I got Aunt's lovely lady. Gotta go. I'm driving. Amber's gonna kill me because I'm gonna kill her.
Bye, Amber. Yeah, focus on the road, for gosh sakes. Amber's life is important. It's not just your life. It's everybody else on the road. Sorry.
Exactly. So, love y'all. Catch you on the next one.
Even though I do that all the time. Okay, all right. But only when I'm by myself. I feel like an ass if I ever am like on my phone and I'm like,
no, the Osirian temple in Abydos is where the flower of life was found, etched into the wall.
Oh yeah,
and it's just there's more history there.
One thing I did find interesting was that have you ever heard of the waterways of Joseph?
I don't know.
Well, apparently, from my research, the canal system that was built to flood the Fayum area. So if you've ever seen my pyramids, which were giant pyramids built into the water for this King Midas and his wife, apparently he built this canal system that flooded that area. Now I found the evidence for this canal system. I found the indentations of where this canal system used to flow.
Wait, what area? Tell me what area you're talking about.
This canal system, in history, is only supposed to be about 10 miles long. But I found evidence for a canal system running from all the way down at Aswan,
okay,
all the way up to Fayum, which is where this place is. And even if the Aswan area is disconnected, it's definitely from Luxor. So I'll be doing a video on it soon. Once my computer's up and running, I'll be doing a whole deep dive into this. But one of the biggest things that I found, which is I'm really proud of, is if you go to Aswan and look on the Google Earth imagery. So I've got my Discord channel where I talk to my members, and we were discussing this, and I showed this area of a valley that connects to a road, and I said this is where the water used to run, and that was a good couple of weeks ago. And yesterday, one of my members, Mr. Anderson, I don't know if he's watching, but he posted this image. It's an Alamy image, unfortunately. Fucking, if you're Getty Images or Alamy, sorry, you need to be put in a fucking sack and beaten. But because they got beautiful images with watermarks on them. But when you click on the image, you see this exact line where I'd said was the river. It says the old course of the Nile filled in with gravel and sand. And that's the exact route that I said looks where it used to be the old river. And on that route, you actually have a zone that's marked as being the waterfall, the mountain waterfall. But there's no water running there. So you go, why is it the mountain waterfall? Well, if you move this water, suddenly it makes sense. And you go, oh, fuck, this is how much they've moved the system. And I'm so glad that somebody pointed that out, because I've been saying for weeks that this used to be where the water system ran. And we found a map saying this is where the old water used to run.
I think there was canals and train tracks all over the world.
Well, with a mountain. Oh, sorry. With a mountain, like water coming out of a mountain, or what is that? The map show?
Whoa, one sec. Let me just tell you this.
Sorry.
This book actually says something that I have suspected, which is that the Nile, this is the quote, the Nile is a work of art, not nature. The Nile itself is a canal built. So even though we look at it and think it's just a river, the reason we think that is because it's been diverted and changed so much. But the truth of the Nile is that it was a man now.
Yeah,
I've seen
originally terraformed.
It seems to me that through my research, it seems that in the past it ran the opposite direction as well.
Well, I mean, that's debatable, because obviously you have to bring into the factors of where
that would have been in a pole shift situation.
It's you see, working off our current model of how the globe works, if you want to call it that, or even just how our planet works, everything runs down. So you've got tributaries and distributaries. So a tributary is obviously, as a river flows, the rain flows on all the mountains around it, and that creates these tributaries that flow back into the main river or canal system. Then you've got distributaries, which are lower than the land level, which means they're valleys which are lower than the water, which the water can flow into. So you've got you've got the tributaries, which are things that feed into the river, and then you got distributaries, which things that the river feeds into itself. So when you change a water system,
you don't just change the flow of the water, you change the way the water gets absorbed into the clouds and the way that those clouds then distribute over a system of mountains and how they then drain into tributaries. So it seems like a very small change that you're making, but it's not. It's a big change because you're also removing these waters from certain areas, which means the clouds now behave differently. The clouds themselves can't carry the water to the same places. They now have to distribute in different places. And that's what's happened here, is that the Nile is supposedly a man-made system originally from thousands of years ago, if you want to believe, but it's a man-made system which has allowed these areas to be very much habitable. Now, since then, those systems have been disconnected and the Nile itself has been rerouted. And we're looking at this kind of small, shrunken, debilitated version of the real thing. We're looking at the, the ill version of the real thing, because it's been disconnected and changed, like things like the Aswan Dam and the Sudan Dam in Meroe, the Meroe Dam, things that have siphoned the water connection here or there and maneuvered it around. And now other places aren't receiving that level of hydration necessary for them to reproduce the environment. And that's what's happened. And it's a perfect example of fucking with nature in a way that they might have intended, but it seems like you don't intend. Like, you move the water away, you don't realize how that changes the clouds and the rain.
Well, I don't think that they were perfect though. This is where geoengineering also comes in, because everybody demonizes all of cloud seeding and all of chemtrails and everything. But from what I have, because I had to learn like the truth, I have like the engineering books on geoengineering and what they're trying to do. And it might be to make up for mistakes during the reset that were made into the environment and after. And so now they're trying to treat the sky with different types of chemicals. I'm not saying it's great. I understand we've seen all the spikes and all these problems after it, but perhaps they're prolonging the cycle of whatever we are on, regardless of the shape of it. And some of them are almost like heroes, because it's almost like the psyops out there that are demonizing the chemical spraying. Yes, I get it more. I get it for like your wedding. If you want to have no rain on your wedding, you can pay for that. Right, I have all the companies. I have all that printed out.
There, though,
but it's like
the shape of the earth. It doesn't matter in the sense that if you believe that these people are as powerful as they say, then
geoengineering would be really, really hard in the heliocentric model. Well, depending. I don't know.
Well, one thing that would be, how easy would it be, right, when we consider the kind of theory of forgotten timelines, there's things that are left over from, the kind of the Berenstain Bears as opposed to the Berenstain, that kind of different.
Oh my gosh. Time out. Speaking of that, here's the thing. So there's a generation gap here. And what they do a lot of times is change definitions and theories. And so I think what I just figured this out. So for like heliocentric and heliocentrism, I really think there's a complete change in what the science is behind it being taught right now. And probably in the last, I don't know, 10 to 20, probably maybe 30 years. Then there's another change of 30 years of what was taught about it. And like there's these different cycles of what it is. So everyone's using the same term, but they have a different meaning behind it. That's a different definition, which is really important to acknowledge with education and what they're doing without telling people and how resets happen. Because that's one way where, you know what I mean? There's probably components now that, because you're young, I don't know how old you are, you've been through different school. And I know Andreas has also teachers that taught different components of science of heliocentrism than what I was taught when I was in school and during my generation, than what my parents were probably taught and what they're whatever when they started to introduce it. So that's important. Sorry, I just that really just kind of jumped out at me.
My point of view on it would be like if helios is such an issue, then why wouldn't the creators just turn to a globe and be like, okay, solved, now it's a globe.
What's that? It's not even about the shape. It's more about the
Yeah, but why wouldn't the creators just be like, okay, let's make it a globe? Because the limitations you're putting on it with the whole like aspects of has to be down, that in itself doesn't need to be, because down is down to a central point. So as in, if you create that black hole, or if you create that central point, that like a donut, if you're in the middle of the donut, yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't have to be a globe. It just doesn't have to be flat. It's my
correct. No, I'm talking more about the way they're saying we're moving through space.
Yeah, I know.
That stuff. That's my only question. I don't care about the shape of it. We could be on a turtle.
My point of view on it is like, right, if it is so right, if it is so confined, then by definition there is someone in control, right? You know what I mean? If it is a confined flat Earth, then just by definition, someone's clearly in control of that. They created it, right? And if they are, why couldn't they change it? Why couldn't they say, okay, this flat Earth is creating a problem, I'm gonna make it round?
They did.
Yeah, but exactly.
I mean, essentially.
But that would make it round. That's what.
Yeah,
I mean.
and then if we like said it's flat, I mean, it's like, oh, it could be hypothetical. Like,
but well, my point of view on it is to be fair, I think the amount of effort they've put into discouraging flat Earth is actually quite a good advertisement for it being correct. Because like they put so much of an effort into making people think like flat Earth's stupid. They did that Netflix documentary, you can
Logan
see
Paul?
that.
God.
Well, yeah, whatever it was called, the one where they did the
no, like there's another one where Logan Paul met Stellium and Conspiracy Music Guru, and totally did it. It was a show operation. He was pretending that he was going to be.
Oh, I remember that when he went to the flat Earth conference.
He was a flat earther, and then he went there and he became like friends with them all, and was like filming stuff with them and like pretending to buy into it. And then he just did a video and was like, "Whoa!" And it was Conspiracy Music Guru who does a parody, like he's pretends to be from country singer and whatever, Alex. But anyway, regardless. There's a bunch of smear things, but yeah, it's more about
Well, that's the thing, is that it
doesn't matter the shape.
There's such a disconnect between the shape of the Earth. Like I felt cautious about revealing to people that I was a round earther, and it's like you know what I mean. Well, exactly. Like when you think about it that way, like I don't want to lose subscribers.
That's why he's still in the gimp suit.
Yeah, no, but we come back to what we were talking about money wise, like what people say.
Look, you're my favorite person. That's so great. What you just said, honestly, and I'm on your side. I understand, because I also remember like there's a lot to process and everything.
Right, because to me, it isn't the point. That's not why I'm here, right? I'm here to talk about the history, the true history. I go through books and I find what the books say, and I bring to you what the actual books say. I go to the archives, I bring what the archives say. What the fucking shape of the Earth is nothing to do with my channel. And
I will say, if you're looking at the archives of Earth, you will get there. You will find files that will mess with your head.
Well, I will say, if there's anybody that turns away from my channel because I believe the Earth is round, then that's you. No, I will say that is your own fucking fault.
No. I've started off doing my research.
I don't care what shape it is. Andreas thinks it's a holographic universe.
Well, no, I agree. I think it's holographic. I know it's a simulation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There you go.
And
then we're all on the same page. I mean, you can say that here.
But that's what I mean.
That's better than the heliocentric model. But what you're saying does.
Well, what sense. I said before, I believe that it is what I got showed was that it was a hypersphere,
which is like a tesseract, which ironically a tesseract in Marvel is something designed by Loki, and Loki is the connection to Lucifer, or in fact Jesus. It's also Poseidon. He's also Prince Yam, commander of the Leviathan. It's that's the point, is that if you turn away from what I have to offer based on one simple disagreement, then that's your own fucking fault. You deserve to not know what I'm teaching. And that's the point. When I say what I'm teaching, I don't mean it up myself way, but as in when I'm discovering what I'm discovering, things like a 1,400-foot pyramid in Aswan, something that's as big as the as the Empire State Building. If I'm discovering that, what does it matter what I think
that
about
happens to
it?
me all the time.
I welcome you as a globe earther, and I think it's great.
Well,
and
that's
you said that. It's like, no, like, that's perfect.
I started off my Mudflood researcher as a globe earther.
Yeah,
I know
everyone
where
does.
you're coming from.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I want to know more about your theory whenever you talk about it, but that's not what it's about. We are talking more about like history, and we can keep it to that regardless. And I don't think anybody in this community is going to be turned off. I think you're going to bring more people that are that believe globe earth to this stuff, which is the most important thing. To be honest, I'd stay on the side of globe if I was you anyway.
That was actually one of my big motivations, was that I thought, well, maybe I could unite the two and bring people to on you know what I mean? Because I remember watching, you guys might know him, his channel's called Divergent. I think he's like an Eastern European guy.
I know
yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I remember watching one of his videos where it got onto NASA, and it was on April 1st, and he's like basically like, "First, you're a fool, you're an idiot." And I'm staring at it like, and that made me turn it off, because I was like, whoa, I'm agreeing with everything you said, but no, it's too far. And and the thing is, there's a lot of people that are like me out there. There's a lot of people that would have felt that same way, like, whoa. And I feel like I was being that bridge between the kind of complete whoa, brain shaking, world's nothing, and kind of the historical, actually find the truth and give some evidence for it. I wanted to be that bridge between. And I
think you should stay in that bridge, bro. That's a good idea. And to just focus on that until whenever, and then it really doesn't matter. So you're open-minded and insightful, and you have a wealth of knowledge. You can tell us great stories after having wine. And
the way I got it, Joe, to me was like the globe was like a Rubik's Cube. So if you imagine a Rubik's Cube and you're living on the outside of one of the squares, they spun a square so that I was now living on the inside. But I hadn't moved myself. I was still on that square, but that square rotated, so I was now inside. So from the outside, all you could see was the cube. But on the inside, all these different layers where I was living, and people were living on these layers. And that's the way they went, like that, but a globe, like a spherical version of a Rubik's Cube. You are living on what you perceive to be the exterior of this globe. But there are all these twisty in paths that, and that's how I got it explained to me.
But yeah, and then just say you're not Helio, because you like what you just said is so far removed from a heliocentric model of understanding of anything, which is what is taught in our schools.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying what you just said is expanding. It's like it's really interesting having this conversation with you and hearing you just describe like your Earth theory. That's something, if anybody that's into like non-heliocentric could understand and believe and perceive as really happening, and even moving. Like there's a lot of different models in question right now about what the heck is happening, because some of us were given a really bad narrative at the time that they were discussing it and whatnot. So anyways, thank you for your insight on that. That's an incredible theory. You call it, what is that? Is that like the Rubik's Cube, Luke's Rubik's Cube?
No, I call it hypersphere theory.
The hyposphere? That's great.
Yeah, hypersphere. Yeah. I mean, or you could call it tesseract theory, but that's more applicable to.
What was the movie where they talked about
that's really interesting?
Well, no, this is the point, right? So what I was talking about earlier about media. So Marvel, the person that seeks the tesseract is Loki. Now, Loki is perceived in Marvel as being an anti-hero. He is a bad guy, but he's actually a good guy. He's good in the end. And if you look at who Jesus really is, and even the Antichrist is someone who gets inhabited by the spirit of Zazel. It isn't that the Antichrist himself is bad, it's that he gets inhabited by this spirit. Now you look at Lucifer, horned Lucifer. He is the fallen angel, but God's favorite son who tried to lead a rebellion and then got condemned. And that's the same thing. Loki, even in Marvel, he has the horned crown because he's Loki, who is Enki, who is Anki, Maui, Quetzalcoatl. He's all of them. Poseidon, in fact. He's even Prometheus, the one that brought the fire from the gods to earth. It's the same story about one person. And that's where it really connects, is that there's this one living being that has inhabited all of our stories, somebody that isn't quite a god but appears to us as a god, somebody that's kind of in between God and humanity, and it's I really feel strongly like there's something to do with that.
Hey, Luke, have you looked into jet fuel hoax?
What would that be?
So that's a no.
No, but as in like what? Explain it.
Have you gone down that rabbit hole? Have you looked into that?
Well, no, but as in, are you talking about the idea of like when rocket ships are hitting the atmosphere and we see that spray?
No. The jet fuel hoax, in a nutshell, is that jet planes do not run on jet fuel. That they use they make the gas out of the air, and they compress the air and then light the air gas that's produced, and that is what produces the gas in the flame.
Stellium has a video on that, doesn't he? Like debunking the debunk of the
Yeah,
debunk.
I was actually going to say, don't you think that's too easy of a thing to prove?
It is. They're all like. There's a lot of things. That's one of them that they've used. But Stellium actually debunked that. Stellium is a
yeah.
I
would say that
but he didn't debunk it fully. I don't remember. I have to look back at his video.
The main aspect, the main point of air travel in itself is to limit your ability to travel, right? So if you're a millionaire, yeah, okay, you've got your own jet or whatever, but the point is, in the old days, supposedly, it's kind of like an around the world in 80 days kind of thing. Anyone could grab a balloon and go and do it. So going off that same principle, within 50 to 100 years, anyone would have their own safe balloon that would be able to go around do it. But they don't want you doing that. So fuel itself, of course it fucking works because they want it to work. It's what they want to work. Because they need you to buy their fuel. Without their fuel, it doesn't work. And it even comes down to boats. You know, it isn't just you can buy a sailboat, but you still need that engine. You still need to fill that thing with fuel. And
for now, I would say beyond the jet hoax, look into just flight patterns and logs of whistleblowers, if they still have those up, and pilots talking about the nonsense of how they should be flying to and what airports and whatnot. There's so many videos on this. I don't even want to even start down this path with anybody ever.
Oh yeah,
It's so whatever, and it really doesn't matter, which is what you're saying. But now Biggs has got me going, and I'm like, okay, yeah, because I remember like a year and a half of doing that kind of stuff.
See, this is I started off researching jet fuel hoax, which led me to flat Earth, which led me to Mudflood. So I started
interesting. Yeah, I had way backwards too. It was weird.
It happens different.
Mockingbird news
comments.
Fake news.
Said,
yeah, I had been awake for a long time before I even got there.
Yeah,
It's
nuts. Same.
And I probably can't hear me very well, but somebody in the comments just said Enki, Enoch, all the same. And I just want to respond to that, by the way, by saying that Enlil is the one that we perceive today as being God. So when you think of God, you think of the old man, the bearded old man, who is actually Zeus. Enlil, the brother of Enki, as in Zeus, brother of Poseidon. So when we think of our God, that bearded white,
all those stories came out of Samaria.
Yeah, and that is the stories of Enlil. So Enlil is supposedly the one that wanted to destroy us, and Enki is the one that supposedly loved us. So you've got to one thing that I like to bring up with people is the saying, the greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing mankind he didn't exist. And I disagree with that, because that's not what the devil would do. The greatest trick the devil could do was switch places. So imagine you're in control and you've got a painting saying Lord Beagle, and next to it you've got the painting saying the dickhead that tried to take over. Well, let's say that as part of whatever's happening is God's ritual, you've now got to leave, and you've gone, and Satan is in control of your castle, and he sees the picture, one saying Lord Beagle, beautiful and everything, and the other side saying, dickhead. He swaps the pictures, doesn't he? He swaps them. And he goes, aha! Now everyone that comes to his castle will look at the picture of Beagle and say he was a horned demon. And then they look at the picture of me, they'll see me as beautiful Lord Beagle, right? And that's the thing. The devil, the greatest trick the devil ever played wasn't convincing you he didn't exist. It was convincing you that the devil was the devil, because the devil isn't the devil. The horned devil is Jesus. And if you go into the text, you'll find that the horned devil, the horned beast, isn't the beast at all. It's Enki, it's Loki, it's Maui, it's our savior. And we've been taught to hate our savior. We've been taught to despise our savior. When he turns up with his horns and his half fish body, we're all going to be frightened. Because
this comes from what the earliest text that we find on the matter, or this is your deduction from your analysis?
Yeah. This is my deduction from
all the mythologies from around the world. If you trace them backwards, they all go back to Samaria. It's all that same original story.
In fact,
that was written. Now, this may not be the original story, but that's the original written down story.
Right. So here's something good. Have you ever heard the phrase "the good serpent" in relation to Jesus? Yeah. So they call it the good serpent. The good. So you might call the good serpent. It's in the Bible, right? The reason that is because in the old days they used to call comets serpents. Dragons or serpents, they snake across the sky, and sometimes those serpents would destroy things. Now, if you look into the oldest text, it says that Jesus turned up in an egg that came from the sky, and he was a half fish man who came from an egg from the sky, and he was called the good serpent. Why was he the good serpent? Because he was the meteor, the two across the sky, that didn't
create an explosion, that didn't create a bad thing. He actually birthed a person who came out and helped them. So when a normal serpent streaks across the sky and blows something up, this serpent was the good serpent because it landed and it opened up and a person came out who helped them. And it was called the good serpent. And he's described as being a half fish man.
Have you ever heard of the Brotherhood of the Snake?
Yes. We've got a few in England. We've got a few monuments which have the snake emblem on. Which, to be fair, it depends because there is a snake cult that is dedicated to Apophis. Apophis being the Egyptian snake god that was going to swallow the earth. And it's also the name of a meteor, a comet, that's coming back in 2029. So watch out for
that. If you trace the history of the Illuminati, it actually goes back to the Brotherhood of the Snake. That was the original group name. The Illuminati was only phrased later.
Well, if you
imagine
more
modern
thing that landed from heaven, you can understand the change there. The snake is the two. So if you imagine a spaceship coming down and landing, that's the snake. So the good snake or the group of the snake might be the people that emerged from that spaceship or that what or whatever you want to imagine.
Or it could
Maybe
be
they
a
came out of a
volcano.
But I mean, like they could have come from underground. It doesn't matter where they come from.
I know it's cool. No, I'm just thinking of all angles of all stories.
The point is that they called the meteors dragons or snakes or lizards across the sky. So, so the reason that he was a good snake was because all the other snakes, or the good serpent was because all the other serpents caused shit. And this
could be a reptilian connection there as well.
So you can understand in that aspect how he might be the good serpent because, it's not that lunatic because in the Bible, it quite literally says that angels came down there. In the actual normal Bible you read, angels came to earth, shagged women and created giants. So if you're sat there going, oh, this is bullshit, go read your own fucking Bible.
So there. Right.
I'm checking it.
Interesting though. I like that.
That bullshit.
Hey, Bernie, you're asking to play a video. I don't play anything I haven't run through a test. I've got I run so much copyrighted material that they treat me a little bit differently than other people.
How do we review movies then? If we ever want to do mystery science theater or
oh, I would love to do that.
I would love to review films, but we aren't allowed to show
let you
anything.
do it. They'll copyright the hell out of you. Look at this crazy. What are you doing?
I'm trying to figure this.
He's having fun. He's running things on the moon. All right. What did he want everybody to watch? I wonder.
I'm not sure. I was trying to look.
Tell us later.
Please donate to me so that I can
digging and testing Nephilim giant artifacts. It's time to find out the truth.
I thought
Terry Carter.
Donate to me, I'll stop the light.
I wanted to hear your talent.
Oh shit! Wait, do I look like Mysterio? Wait.
Terry, something on the Terry Carter channel, who I seem to be subscribed to, and I've never heard of him, so I don't know.
Oh, that's great.
It was me all along.
The New Giants. Someone says, who put out the New Giants in Nevada?
The New Giants. Oh, wait, no, New Giants.
Put out the New Giants in Nevada.
I think it's right.
Oh no, you ran out of batteries. All right.
I think he's dead. He's died. Yeah. A charger somewhere.
That reminds me, I saw this. You know how you watch those YouTube shorts? I ran across this guy who's like he does comedy, and he's a trucker, and he gets on the trucker CB channels, and he'll ask these really stupid questions of the other truckers. And I saw one where he was saying, has anybody out there got any batteries? Oh man, I got some batteries. What kind you need? Well, I need some, let's see, I need some D batteries. He's like, okay, how many you need? He goes, well, my vibrator holds 4 batteries, 4D batteries. The guy's like, what? He's like, yeah, my vibrator, the batteries died and I need 4D batteries. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? And then he gets these truckers really riled up and they start arguing. It's so funny.
Oh, I wish I had more wine.
You did finish? Was that the goal?
Did you finish the bottle?
Yeah. Well, this much.
I'm camaraderie. I will stop with you here.
Oh, nice. Well, I've still got.
So
I'm gonna roll that, and then yeah. Shame you.
Yeah, I don't.
We were a good team.
Wine.
Where did you go?
By the way, I got the giggles so bad just remembering that my picture. I was trying to explain to somebody that you thought I was 60. And I just, my eyes are still red from laughing so hard. When I got the giggles, I typed it in the private chat because I was just like dying. I don't know. It just hit me again. I was like, oh my gosh, that's funny. I love that idea. Now I want to pretend to be this like 60-year-old that like is living. I know I'm totally going to take on this alias. I feel like I should. I got the voice too.
Yeah. I was like, this girl looks hot, but it looks like she was hot about 60.
You could get one of those face app things and do the face.
I don't want to get the giggles again, but you were saying something important, and all of a sudden I had like a gimp eye. It looked like I was maybe crying, and I had to exit out of the video. That's my explanation for it, because right now I'm doing my best to not think about it, because it's like, that's funny. I like that. I've never been in disguise like that before, where I've fooled somebody. So.
Oh no, to be fair, not your fault. I thought you were hot, and then it turns out she's like 10 years older than me, and I was like, oh fuck it.
No, well, that's Julia. She's magical. She has magical powers, so that's kind of cool. Not magical, it's something that we can all tap into that we can hopefully learn one day.
Yeah, I believe that too. I think we all have the ability to develop that. I don't know how to do that, but yeah, I think, clairvoyance and all that. I think we all have the ability to.
You have 2 options, right? You either do it like the monk way, which is lots of,
I think some of us are born, like, have the ability to do these things so we can teach the others. But
yeah, or you can just do heavy drugs. So, DMT, if you want a shortcut to spirituality, just take some DMT. And,
For the one-time religious experience, or just...
LSD really helped me. I think some people need it. Some people don't need it, but some people need it. I needed it. It really, man... That really helped me.
I didn't have time for 60 years of meditation, so it was like, how would you like 15 to 20 life-changing?
Okay, so DMT, how's that compared to like the flip side of that? Like you have like a K-hole experience where you die, and then you want to live and know that there's something else that's different after. Do you know what I mean? Have you gone on both ends of the perspective?
Right. Look, I don't mean to be that guy, but you cannot compare DMT to anything. Right?
Okay.
I shit you.
I don't want to be that guy.
I'll explain to you why, though. Right?
You are that guy.
Joe Rogan did the same thing. Like when he talked about it.
But it quite literally is the reality regulator. Okay? So in your head right now, you have DMT. In B's head right now, you have DMT. But you also have a system that monitors that DMT. So like a whack-a-mole, when any DMT gets a bit too high, it goes, no, whacks it back down.
right? And that's where you live, in this realm of So when you meditate,
I love
when
that.
you meditate, your DMT rises. That thing is going, no, fuck off. What you doing? Fuck off. No, right? Whereas when you do ayahuasca,
okay,
when you do ayahuasca, you take two drugs. You take one, which is the mono oxidase inhibitor, and monoamine oxidase inhibitor, and that disconnects the do. That disconnects man. That disconnects the guy, right? And then you are taking the drug, which now can be digested through your stomach system because that is knocked out, right? So when you smoke DMT, it isn't like that. So your guy that's knocking shit, he's overwhelmed. He isn't put to sleep. He isn't taken out of the game for a bit. It's just he's rushed with all this shit, and he just has to go, whoa, what the fuck, and sleep, like lay down for 5 minutes, and that's what's happening. You are literally blasting your brain with too much of reality, right? And that's why when you hear people that have had the experiences will tell you that it was realer than this. It was realer than real. Like, this is the dream.
Gotcha.
Because it is the reality drug. It's your reality regulator. Without it, you won't experience life. So with more of it, of course, you'll experience more of life. And I can tell you right now, it is the level of, if you take enough, you can sit here and feel how objects on the other side of the room
no, don't tell me that.
No,
that's like Neo going like this.
No, it is. That's how it feels.
Thanks.
Right.
I knew it.
I swallowed the entire world on one of my trips, and I can tell you what it feels like to have my throat clogged with concrete and fur and everything. I could feel that.
Interesting. I wonder if, okay. I have a lot of wonders about this now. Maybe I will. So what about as a one-time treatment, or what happens with continued use? So if I were to study this from the dissertational standpoint.
I think it's different because when I first did it, it taught me, like, somebody's guided me through the whole thing. So when I first did it, I did it normally, closed eyes, you see the visions, stuff happens, it's all like that. After 3 or 4 times, a voice told me to keep my eyes open. I remember it. So keep your eyes open when you do this. And I was like, okay. I just inhaled it and I kept my eyes open. And I remember I didn't go anywhere, but I felt like I almost did. I was halfway and it felt like something was dragging me out. And I remember thinking, like, oh shit, this is what you're trying to tell me. And it was like, yeah. So I carried opening my eyes. And eventually it got to a point where I would just snap and I'd leave. And my eyes would stay open for 5 minutes. You know, when you think about the eyes watering, of keeping your eyes, it was literally like, bam, my eyes would snap. Film 5 minutes, I go off and leave through my eyes. And then after that, the message was stay here. So do the same thing, look through your eyes, but stay. Fight that urge. Fight the urge to go. Feel it pulling you, fight it. Stay here. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. And shit was like, whoa, I've never seen anything like this before. It was like I was seeing through the eyes of an alien. Like I wanted to go, I didn't, and now I'm here and I can experience it. And I kept doing that. And eventually it got to a point where I couldn't leave anymore. I couldn't go into the trips. I'd smoke the stuff and I'd just sit here in this kind of high realm, looking around, stuff kind of funky, but nothing crazy. And I'd just be like, whoa, okay. I genuinely thought I couldn't trip anymore. I thought I'd like done it and I couldn't trip anymore. And then one day, just snapped. It all changed. The trip was now here. It was around me. Objects were moving everywhere. Fucking objects that were moving that the next day were still in the like the places they'd moved to, which was the hardest things to get my fucking head around. Which was shit move and then stay in the move place. And it all fucking was moving.
and it was all in this space, which was realized like this is what they've been trying to teach me, was to open my third eye, so that like the trips weren't happening off in a world where the trips happening here, and that's when it's like too frightening.
You know, my favorite part of doing LSD wasn't being on the LSD. It was the awakening the next day. Before you could go to sleep, there was this time where the LSD had worn off and you couldn't go to sleep because you were so wired, but I was so creative and my mind was so awake and electrical in that moment that for an hour or two, I would just be in this wonderful creative mindset, and the conversations and the thoughts and the just watching the watching nature, and just it was like being really connected with the earth and the universe in that time period. To me it was much better than the LSD itself.
Well, with DMT, what you'll find is, like I say, when you first do it, you'll get different experiences. But what I feel personally they were teaching me to do was open my third eye. So, when I say it started off with the eyes closed, have the trip, the normal. Then it started off with the open your eyes, leave through your eyes, do the trip there. Then it went to the stay here, keep your eyes open but stay here.
Oh wow!
And then like it fully taught me to make the trip come here. And then when it happened is when it was like, holy shit, I can't take this, because your reality is changing. It isn't just off in the world anymore. It's here. It is around you. And I'm not kidding. If I take it right now, like I stopped for 2-3 months, took it again, I went straight back to that same place. And I was sat on this bed, holding to the bed like, please don't wake me up somewhere random again, because the last time I woke up on a different story of my house with scratches and bruises and I don't remember it, and I was like, please don't do that to me again, please don't.
So it's like it's 5 minutes of with your eyes open of a blackout, or a heightened reality, a sense that feels like a very long time.
My last trip, that one I was just describing, was the only one I've ever been able to remember the whole thing. And I tell you now, it's only because of the fear. Because the one before it, I was on a different story in my house. This whole one, I was pretty much gripping the bed, thinking just wait, you'll be fine. You'll wake up back where you were as long as you don't move. You know what I mean? So this one had an element of fear, which was holding me to this realm. And I think that's probably part of their fucking plan, as in to, have the fear be the reason why I hold to this realm, because I'm too scared to let go. And that's what they're trying to teach me. I know it. They're trying to teach me to be awake in these events, because when I first did it, I'd just, knock out like everyone else. And then I'd come back 5 minutes later and be like, I've had amazing trips. Whereas I feel like they're actually trying to teach me to be awake during one of these trips. And I know it because when I'm asleep, especially in sleep paralysis, I go into these trips as well. I know I'm going into them. And it's this level of like, we're trying to teach you for something. I don't know for what, but they're trying to teach me to be awake during these events.
Have either of you had a Kundalini experience?
Just kidding.
Kundalini.
I'm trying, like, from breath work.
Well,
alone, or what?
Kundalini is
that is
explained with where I was drunk on the day it happened, but like I honestly, it's an experience that you have to go through. Like, I emerged from I swallowed this universe, and I feel I remember the taste and the clogging of my throat of every material, from concrete to fur, to everything.
Almost. So you're trying to get to the Neo level where you unplug, or what? What's the end game here? I'm just looking at this from a psychological standpoint.
I did an
and health teacher.
I didn't. It was all, to me,
it was all, simulated by someone else. As in, I didn't have
sending you the messages. You're not. There's no way that you're doing this.
that. No, I was breathing in, and I was gripping to my bed and going, I can't. No, I don't want this. And everything was going into my throat, and then it was coming back out, and I felt like I was choking. There was fur in my throat, and I was literally like, and I can't do this. I had a panic mode about what was going on. It was complete. It was horrifying what happened. I say, I woke up 45 minutes later on a different floor of my building.
You maybe almost died, and that's why you couldn't breathe, because you were unconscious and have head trauma. I don't even know. My God, man.
The weirdest thing is, I remember.
Be careful.
I remember struggling to breathe, and then the feeling of every atom in me being spread, so there was no breath anymore. So 1 minute I couldn't breathe, and then the next minute,
hopefully you just fell and knocked the wind out of yourself.
No, as in there wasn't breath anymore. This was I was face to face with God. I was face to face with God, and I was a piece of Play-Doh, and He was expanding me. It's showing me how He could just take me to pieces and my atoms don't matter, and how I'd still exist. And then He put me back together, and then how it was absolutely. It was.
And you remembered it all.
Hey, Luke, have you had a Kundalini experience? I don't know if you answered.
That is my Kundalini experience. Is that I couldn't remember most of it until only a couple of weeks ago, when I did DMT again. I went straight back to that point. That's the one I told you about. Grip the bed and just was like, it's gonna come back, and it did. Eventually, it came back, but after that, I started having dreams that just which brought back what happened in the earlier trips.
So you're saying that DMT triggered a Kundalini experience?
Yeah, 100%. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I had a Kundalini experience, and it wasn't triggered by drugs. It was triggered by an orgasm. I was in the middle of copulation, let's put it that way. And I was on the ground, and my other, significant, better looking, much more beautiful half was on the upper region. And I was in the middle of a baseball field, and at that perfect moment, I had a Kundalini experience, and I felt like I was connected with the entire universe. And it scared the fuck out of me, but it was the most awesome experience in the world too.
For me, I got beat up by God for about fucking 45 years. No, yeah. Right. No,
it jarred me. I didn't tell anybody for years that this happened.
I would say stay away from DMT, Biggs. If you I don't know.
You've done DMT.
What? If I know. I'm fascinated. I want to get I was gonna do first of all, I'm fascinated with veterans and treating PTSD with religious experience through either THC or whatever, because they've been programmed to murder. So as a teacher, I was programmed to lie to students. I have to deal with that stress every day, but these people, whatever. So anyway, I'm fascinated by it.
I made this. I made it literally.
Is that? I don't want to get you in trouble. Is that okay to do?
I dropped a bit on my fucking keyboard.
He's kidding. If that.
Look at that. Right, that rock is evil, pure fucking evil. I am not kidding. That rock would break your brain for the rest of eternity.
Okay.
But yeah, no.
So you can make that.
Yeah, I made it. I made it myself.
We'll talk about that on Real Science or off air. I don't know that you're supposed to be talking about that online and for your own self.
Yeah, Lukey made Class A's, but that's how it works. No, honestly though, that shit, it's so terrifying, but I'm so happy that I did it, Like, I genuinely thought that I would be taking that stuff for ages, and it taught me all I needed to know. It kicked my ass and kicked me out of school. Like, you know.
So, is there any risk though? Like, I'm just wondering if, like,
There's always risk.
I'm from a health perspective, from a healthy mind and self-actualization, and you know, you having that experience, like addiction and like, you know,
no addictional, right? There's no physical, no addictional problem. Like 100%, you cannot get addicted to this shit, right? But
dude, you just like got hurt and fell and like we're on a different level of your house. That's concerning.
Well,
that's a risk. Make sure you have somebody supervising, maybe.
Well, this what I'm going to say is there's different aspects. I'd also say that if somebody didn't have the mental strength I do, that they would probably lose their mind if they saw. So it is, but at the same time, I do genuinely believe that something's in control of this. So I kind of feel like it would only show you what you were ready for anyway.
So something's in control of everybody's visions, and they're all different, or everybody's experience.
I believe that. I do believe that if you could take it as much as you want, and if you weren't meant to see good shit, you just weren't meant to see good shit. I do believe that. Like, one of my friends, he has taken it loads, and he can barely remember the trips. Like, you know, and that's just who he is. But he feels better for doing it, but he can't remember any of the trips. And I couldn't remember some of the trips, but like, but for me, it felt like training. For me, it started off as experience. Now keep your eyes open, which taught me to leave my body. Now refuse to leave your body. So that was the different things. Was to open your eyes and actually leave through your eyes. To actually go through that. And then they taught me, now that's open, now refuse to go through, even though as much as telling you to go through, to fight that urge. So it's almost like you know, piling more weights on and saying, now hold it, do it. And that's what it was like. And then that minute that suddenly I was in this realm, there was a good month where I couldn't even break through, and I was laughing.
Wow.
You know, eventually, Luke, though, you won't need that.
Well, hopefully. But the point is I was laughing to my friends, like, I've defeated DMT. Watch, look, I'm not going anywhere. And then one day it was just like, we're
gotcha.
Kick his ass.
Be wary.
Yeah.
Don't expect it to just stop and always creep up.
Never take the piss out of it. Never ever disrespects it, because it didn't just kick the shit out of me. When I tell you, it turned me into atoms, threw my atoms around the universe. You know, it took away, right? It not only threw the universe down my throat, but then it took away my ability to have lungs. It was literally just like, imagine death 1,000,000 times, torture, and just death, torture, death, torture, death. That's what it was like.
I can see that. I mean, I don't know if anybody's been in like a KO from a bad like experimental drug experience.
I had a bad experience
that lasts a lifetime, like Groundhog's Day of dying, but you don't even know how you're dying, and it's like I don't want to describe that, but what you're describing, I want to study because it's important to understand, and it's like I said, for treatment purposes, but for also self-actualization, and like what you're seeing, if there's common themes among people that they're being guided through common visions. I'm really interested in it. So
well, the nutcase thing is, right, when it switched, it went beyond meeting entities. I don't meet entities anymore. I quite literally, if I do DMT right now, everything will turn to cartoons, as in like very low poly cartoon shit. I look at my phone, I'll know that I'm in the DMT realm. My phone will look different. Everything will look different. And then it'll dissolve my body, as in I'll literally watch every skin cell turn to like numbers and disappear. I'll disappear.
The Matrix.
Yeah, and then I will be face to face with an object that is spinning,
and
there is no spoon.
It's malforming into every object you can imagine at once. It's like black hole, but stretching, like all different things. And I'm just looking at it, and it gives me control. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do, and I give it back, and it just carries on going. And that's all I can like. That's as much as I. Oh,
I had a group of 10, me and 9 other friends. There was 10 of us, and we were going to do ecstasy. And I went and bought it from somebody I had got it from before. And when they handed it to me, they handed me the wrong thing. And we took it not knowing what it was, thinking it was ecstasy, and it was Special K. And we went into the K hole and did not know what was going on. It was terrifying.
Right. Right. This is why it's like I hate to be you because like fucking like, oh, my drug's way better than your drug. Genuinely say this is when I heard someone say this the other day, and it's right. It's realer than real because it's a reality drug.
Yeah, it's a different level. It's the Matrix, is what you're describing. Like
honestly, when I tell you this, it's something you cannot fucking imagine until it happens. And
I think you did a really good job, though, of detailing and describing that. To be honest, and anybody that's done any type of psychedelic can start to fathom what you're talking about.
Well, maybe, but like I don't think I've done a good job of it in the sense that it's literally like you are teleported from where you physically are. Not just that shit changes. You are gone. Universe is over. You know the universe is over and you read it. You watch every piece of resolve. You go through frames of reference that will absorb you and then pop out and expand. You are like this world it is irrelevant anymore. And you just bam, 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 you're doing this, and time is different in that realm. You are gone.
Okay, so
go on.
How long has this been around as a drug, like DMT, available or studied? Do we know? I have to look into
well, ayahuasca itself.
Yeah, I know. So is this directly? This is a derivative of ayahuasca, or just one thing they do without the other? Or
no, this is this is the active compound from ayahuasca. So your two choices are, like I was talking about before, is you already have this system in you that monitors how much DMT you've got.
Yeah.
So if you were to swallow a capsule of DMT, your stomach, by the time it absolves it, will have like deactivated the compound.
Mm-hmm.
So the way ayahuasca works, is you take 1 sec.
But they're completely different.
You take this, right?
Yeah.
This is I can't remember what it's called, but
okay.
This is some powder. If you take that, your mono oxidase inhibitors will be turned off. So if you take a capsule of this, you can take a capsule of DMT, and you'll have an ayahuasca experience.
So depending on the amount, it's like 2 or 3 days worth of whatever a day, or how long are you saying?
If you take that, it'll take if you take this, you take a tablet of this, and then about 20 minutes later you take your DMT. That'll last about 2 to 4 hours, sometimes longer with different people.
Oh, but a sped up ayahuasca experience.
Yeah, well, that's basically an ayahuasca. It's the same compound, so there's no reason why it shouldn't be exactly the same. The thing is,
without the purging,
you won't have the shits because you're not having any
it's
of the
without the purging. So it's ayahuasca without having the risk of turning your stomach inside out from puking so hard.
This goes into it, right? So the purging itself creates half of your visions because when you're purging, you can dehydrate your body.
I know parasites. Gotta get those parasites out so you can have the clear reality. Oh, yeah.
You know that when I did LSD, that was like the greatest thing. Is like if you could puke, it would bring on your trip.
Like shrooms too.
But because
this is different. This is like actual parasites eating your stomach insides.
Right. So this is it. For me,
Me, when I've taken so many fucking pills, gigantic fucking pills, especially when I stopped wanting to smoke it and I just had loads of gear. I was like, I'll just pile it into these pills and take it. And I shit you not, I have never ever had fucking visions from just taking the pills. And that's because I'm just beyond that. Like when you take those pills, that's like your amateur level. Like see your shit. Whereas what I've seen is just way beyond that. It's already way beyond. Like,
So is that like a drinking the tea? Like they have the big long ceremonies, or like it's just a pill?
All those people, when they do that, they'll tell you they close their eyes. They literally close their eyes.
So they're not looking at the actual reality. Okay, that's what I was going to ask you before with the eye-opening thing. You're getting to be able to see longer because you're not even like blinking. You're trying to keep your eyes open for as long as possible while this moment lasts, while you're using it.
You merge your third eye with reality.
Okay, and you need to keep your eyes open to do that. It's a process.
Yeah, right. But once
important.
Once you pass that, I wouldn't necessarily say blinking was like you don't have to keep. Once you pass that, blinking isn't an issue. It quite literally is. I think the point of keeping your eyes open is disconnecting your eyes.
Yeah,
sounds weird.
No, it doesn't. It sounds physiologically sound in
the aspects of like you leave them open and then you just forget they're open and you're off.
But if it's also about activating the third eye, there's something about that.
Well, when you come back,
when
you come back, you'll find that your eyes are, super watering, and you're like, "How the fuck did I have my eyes open for 5 minutes staring at nothing?" And they will have that hurt.
Weird.
Yeah, you will have that, but that's part of it because
I'm finding the research on this. I will tell you for sure. This is like
trust. I will get. They taught me this shit for a fucking reason. Which is, here's your normal steps. You closed eyes. Here's, have some nice visions. Then it's right. Keep your eyes open. Oh, fuck, I'm going out right now.
Does it matter, though, if your eyes are open or closed? At this point, can't you see through your eyelids? Because I felt like that if I've taken high enough doses of shrooms, I'm like, oh, wow, this doesn't go away. I just see the grid. I see a grid. A red cross grid. Thanks, great. I can see it all the time.
It was almost like they were teaching me to astral project. It was almost like to leave through my eyes. Then keep your eyes open and go through the portal. So when you keep your eyes closed, the visions are in your head. The visions are all here. Whereas this was like, go through this. And the experiences that I had through this were over top compared to what I experienced in my head. In my head, this was real. And then it gets realer and realer and realer. Like, that's the point. So by the end, the experiences now, I shit you not, if I was to just take a little bit and smoke it, I would immediately be back into full-on the
same place.
Yeah, it's like a saved game. Like, this is where I was.
Okay. There you go.
I was straight back to that point. And that's why it's like the third eye, because my world changes around. And
that ain't the best pitch for gamers or DMT. I don't even know.
Well, since
it's like a saved world that you can go to that's not addictive, but I just wonder if it would become. It's almost like VR, but VR, right? It's like
I thought that I had control over it. I thought, oh my god, I'm so good at this realm. I can go in and out. I'm gonna be the guy that'll control it. And then it was like that one day. It just took me so far and was like, oh, do you want God power? Well, this is what God power is like. And I was like, and he was like, yeah, what I fucking thought. And that's kind of where it's been at. And I've been staring away from it a little bit since then. But it's
wow. What? I'm sorry. The story. It's like, given God's power, do you want it? You get it for a moment, and you're like, I was kind of steering clear.
Yeah, well, because it was so terrifying.
Yeah, that is nuts. I can't even fathom the types of things if that's the kind of negotiations you're having with this.
It is something that's like you just have to experience it. Like,
I don't know, man. I feel like I'm living it through you right now.
Well,
It's
it
nuts. You're a
took
good
so long-
storyteller.
so long to get to that point. And that's the thing, is that I feel like I did a speed run of spirituality. I made that joke.
Yeah,
a
it's
lot.
like being. I was gonna say. So
Like-
this to me sounds like being a monk, but you did a fast track.
Like,
Like
yeah,
you somehow
I-
skipped all the shit they had to do.
I did monk in about 3 months.
That's what I
went-
was gonna say.
Yeah,
You should make the movie.
I went.
But I didn't
from
know how long it.
thought- yeah.
It's like this fast.
to full. I've met God 90 days, and it was literally like whole fucking shit. Because the thing is, like, I explain to people when I DMT, actually, I made that shit, right? I made that. Somebody guided me to create that shit for a reason, and I knew when I took it. And it showed me shit that I'd already seen in my dreams. I realized this was like a Doctor Who fucking level point in time that can't be changed. That my life before the DMT was already being affected by DMT because it's beyond our comprehension. And I knew it. I knew that the decision I'd made in the future had impacted my past. I knew it. And it's such a hard to get your head around. But I knew it. Because at some point,
very convincing. I definitely think. I believe I would experience similar. So I don't know. It's very like if you're open to these experiences and you do the training.
In our like dreams. Now, one of the things that got me, always, like even before all this, I woke up from dreams and I'd feel like I'd been gone fucking 10, 20 years. You know, like genuinely, like that kind of Narnia feel of like, whoa, what the fuck? I've just worked, you know, it's only been 12 hours. I can remember growing up as a fucking 35-year-old prince in Narnia, you know, that level. And when I remember getting an Apple Watch and it had the, you know, your REM sleep. I remember waking up a lot of nights and seeing that. And it said I'd been in REM sleep for like non-stop. I'd be like,
What did it say? Hold on. It said you've been in REM sleep?
It's like 6 to 7 hours.
Really?
Yeah, non-stop. Like just REM. And I'd wake up tired. I'd wake up knackered.
That's gnarly.
Like, no rest. And
I need this data. I need data on this stuff. Like if you're tracking your REM cycles.
You can actually monitor my sleep. I guarantee you, I go into REM and I sit in that REM for like fucking 4 hours, 5 hours, and then I wake up tired, wondering why I'm tired.
Wait, you're skipping sleep though. You might not need to sleep as much if you can trick your brain into getting the REM it needs, right?
Well, but
is there something to that?
I just know that there's like an aspect to this, and then even weirder is since I've done when I try and fall asleep, sometimes I go into this weird state where I realize I'm staring at the wall or staring at the TV or staring at something, and then my brain will go, "But you've got your eyes closed," and then I'll go, "Huh? How can I see that if I've got my eyes closed?" And I have this kind of weird existential crisis as I realize I can see things in my room as my eyes are closed. And then if I push that a little bit further, I'll go into a full-on DMT trip and shit myself. Not literally, but you know.
Yeah. okay. But without DMT, you're saying you can bring yourself.
Yeah, I can trigger this DMT trip.
Interesting. Since that whole one experience with the grid in this room was like I can close my eyes and I feel like I can close my eyes and be like, "God, I can see everything in this room." It's so creepy, and I don't.
I would say
I don't like it.
I feel like I'm very close to triggering an androgynous DMT trip just in like my waking life when I meditate. There's a thing that happens where it pushes over, and it's like it to me it feels like a sudden kind of brainwave, you know, where you're like, "Oh,
okay."
fuck.
Could you communicate with other people then while you're taking this drug? Because maybe that's how telecoms works.
Well, it's debatable, but the point being is I get this kind of like whoa, but I know that in my sleep that whoa hit me and I pushed it a little bit further.
Whoa, I'm totally refacing you as Joey Lawrence.
Like what it's like is like this feeling it, and if I let it take me, the trip will start. But it's
yeah. So you're saying you can train yourself through these guided and then to be able to trip on your own.
It really isn't that crazy, because when you look at Wim Hof, the guy that swims in ice cold water, he puts all his achievements down to DMT. His breathing technique release own androgynous DMT. So when you hear what I'm saying, it sounds nuts, but go and look at the dude that can swim in ice water, or
So no. I've studied Wilhelm Reich. None of this seems nuts at all. He basically essentially proved, and we were talking before, so from panic attack, like an actual anxiety attack, to orgasm, the spectrum, and you guys were talking love and fear. And so it's all related, and there's this whole entire feedback loop and interesting stuff. And whatever, you just blew my mind. So it's like I kind of, I have so many questions, but we'll have to do like a follow-up on this because it's fascinating. And then thinking about, we always talk about ancient technology, but if we think about the chemicals and things that people were taking or consuming, maybe they were able to project to a person, you know what I mean, to get it that targeted and that trained. Like, all right, call my friend Ellen. Hey there. It's like fucked up. But now I understand how it could actually work because of what you just explained.
The vision that my personal perspective is that like normal for a bit, and I had like a very normal. Well, I say normal. There was a very bit between high school where I became what I would say is normal. Like I was relatively good looking and had a normal kind of aspect to life, and I feel like the DMT for me was like this kind of like, right, he's now give him the boost, get back up the course, and that's the genuine way that I feel like DMT was used for me. Like this kind of
little spark.
Yeah. Let's let him enjoy himself and just be normal for a bit. When he's ready, back DMT. Remember all you had.
Have you done like PCP?
No.
Okay. I was going to say, comparatively speaking, I used to have people. Yeah, I did a lot of studies into drugs.
No, I've done 2CB, ketamine.
2CE?
2CB.
Okay. There's some old experimental internet drugs that from like way back.
Coke, fucking,
All right, you guys.
Anyway, yeah. Hey, Biggs, by the way, thank you. This is like some very interesting content because it's like I've never been able to ask anybody about DMT. I've heard like Joe Rogan. It's interesting, and I'm not obviously nobody here encouraged anybody to go out and do DMT. He's had guided meditation and all that stuff. So before that, guidance through it.
But don't shut these things out either. Maybe look into, at least do some research into these things and not just push it away.
For sure.
So 2CB is garbage. 2CI was epic.
2C,
all sorts of crazy.
For you to come back on here.
And 2CB not so great. Pure LSD awesome. And yet I have yet to do DMT because I want to go to South America when I try it.
Why not go to his place? He's the guru.
Have you seen my basement?
I think you're gonna have to host it if it happens. For sure, Luke. But you're like the shaman. Is there such a thing with DMT? I don't know. I know there's like DMT shaman.
DMT shaman, yeah.
You're like the elf fighter, maybe.
I'm more like the guy going fucking no.
Yeah, did you tell the clock elves to like fuck off then, or what happened there? Did you ever see them? Did you skip those stages?
Yeah. No, I did tell them to fuck off.
I figured as much. The drop kick. It's just since you're 11.
Most retarded experience of my life. Don't ever try to drive on hallucinogens, especially 2CI.
Oh my god, lovely.
That was like 2 decades ago. I'm lucky to be alive.
Oh my gosh.
Kill this chat because it looked fresh.
Yeah, I guess that. So yeah, Biggs, there's like a whole generation of experimental internet drugs that exists that were just, you know, all legal and everything, and just on the internet, and everybody had access to. It's a very nuts world people lived in.
Yeah, very crazy stuff.
And he left, but that was like, I don't even know what just happened. That was so nuts to get that deep into that chat, and my mind.
Well, I'm glad that we could, you know, get together and hang out and share, you know, our thoughts and ideas and have some open dialogue, and I think this, you know, this format is really fun. Sometimes it's fun just to let our hair down and you know, just play and see where the conversation goes with no structure. I think it's fun to do every once in a while. But
I like it.
I have got to go and get ready, get some sleep, because I've got to go to work in the morning. So we're gonna have to do it all. But we will do this again.
Sleeping Historia needs to get to bed because it's probably 7 a.m. over there, or 6 a.m. or something. So
yeah, I don't know how he stayed up this long.
Thank you.
The wine.
And you're talking, you're coherent, so it was great. That was wonderful.
The wine and the bitches. That's how I stay awake.
You made me, got me drinking wine. I'm finishing my last glass. Thanks a lot. I needed that though to process everything that has just happened. That was crazy.
That's how we.
It was a lot of fun, guys. We'll do it again soon.
Thank you.
Mudflood Flash Mob. I don't think we talk about Mudflood. It's
no. This is a flash flood.
I got a flash in.
Oh my God.
I flashed it into the end.
I'm okay doing a Heil. No, that's gonna be so bad. I was trying to block that. No, Bernie, don't do it.
Historia, so I can.
Oh man.
You and
all right.
I can't
love you.
Everybody, thank you.
My friends, Jigs, Luke, Brittany, and everybody in the chat. We'll catch you on the next one. Thanks for having us.
Love Biggs.
Love Biggs.
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
It's a mystery! It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma! Don't you get it?
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.